So my question is to Chris. Uh,
He drove improvements in the performance of thermal assets, also served as plant manager of the Thermal Power Complex and led the Thermal 2 power project. Earlier, he was recognized for his leadership as officer in charge of the Osajifo Power Barge and performance enhancement projects at Accra. He holds a mechanical engineering degree from KLST and an MPA from GIMPA, and is also a member of the Ghana Institution of Engineers. He is the Deputy Chief Executive in charge of engineering and operations at VRA. Let's welcome Mr. Edward Echo Obin Kenfo. Please keep clapping until you start speaking. Good morning.
Since we are, the energy level is very low. And this is energy, so good morning. Thank you. Today is our day. I'm standing instead of the chief executive, so I'll be having two speeches in one, so it's going to be a combo introduction of the welcome address and the speech of the chief executive. So it will be two in one. Mr. Chairman, the President of AGI, the Chief Executive of Petroleum Commission, standing for the Minister of Energy, Egbert Fabo, the Director General of CET, Togo, and your team here, members of VRA board here, management and staff of VRA, colleagues from the industrial community, our friend from Anglo Gold Ashanti, friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to welcome you to day 3 of this year's Ghana Industrial Summit and Exhibition, which is dedicated to the team promoting value chains for competitive industrial development. We can all admit that the past 2 days have been nothing short of an eye-opener, and appealing the relevance of this conference, which opens up conversations on matters pertinent to Ghana's industrial climate. I applaud the effort of the management and staff of the Association of Ghanaian Industries in putting together this event. Thank you, President. I am pleased that the Volta River Authority could once again partner in the largest gathering of industrial captains, policymakers, civil society, thought leaders, and business delegation worldwide. The presence here today is a testament of your commitment to the growth and development of our industrial community. I am incredibly honored that today has been designated VRA Day, when we can showcase our contribution to Ghana's and the sub-region's energy business and how we fit into the broader narrative of industry competitiveness. Today we can discuss the intersection of energy and industrial development, an area where VRA has more than distinguished itself. We find ourselves at a critical juncture in our industrial history. Our industry's challenges are well documented. from inadequate infrastructure and high operational cost to technological limitations. These challenges, unique to the Ghanaian industrial sector, impact the energy sector and ripple through every business, reducing the global competitiveness of Ghanaian products and services. Yet, where others see obstacles, VRA see opportunities. We believe that by addressing these challenges head-on, we can unlock the full potential of our industrial value chains as we see it. The solution lies in innovation, collaboration, and efficiency. If I should repeat, the solution lies in innovation, collaboration, and efficiency. For over 60 years, the Volta River Authority has been the heartbeat of industrial development in Ghana. Our core business of reliable and sustainable power generation is the catalyst that drives industry. And it is inarguable that the availability of affordable, clean, and efficient energy continuously powers economies and strengthens entire value chains. While our commitment to energy generation remains strong, we recognize that businesses' need in today's fast evolving industrial landscape are rapidly changing. It is no longer enough to supply energy. We must also provide innovation, solutions, and services that enable businesses to thrive and remain competitive in the global market. In essence, we must be more than just a power company. Our suite of value-added services is designed to address these challenging needs. Providing tailored solutions that help reduce cost, improve productivity, and contribute to the larger goal of environmental sustainability. We know that in a giant world, we are interconnected with other industries. Today's globalized economy demands that businesses no longer function in isolation, but as part of an integral system, what we know as value chains. Our role in the value chain then extends to agriculture, water management, logistics, construction, and many others. The value chain requires collaboration and innovation to deliver excellent products and services to clients. And we are enablers of growth in the entire value chain. To remain competitive, businesses require tailored, value-added services that provide energy and optimize its use, ensuring that we utilize every kilowatt of it to its fullest potential. In response to these changing needs, we unveil the Volta River Authority's suite of value-added services today. As we gather under the theme of promoting value chain for competitive industrial development, our value-added services are a testament to our commitment to improving the synergy between VRA and other sectors. The services we will unveil today include energy and waste usage auditing, safety and technical process auditing, technical and management training, environmental compliance auditing, specialized equipment testing, and field support. Each has been carefully crafted to help our industrial partners reduce cost improve productivity, and contribute to the larger goal of environmental sustainability. We invite you to engage with us throughout the day as we take you on a journey through our investment in resilient power solutions designed to strengthen value chains. Our current generation portfolio boasts the expansion of diversification of our generation mix, including renewables like solar and the potential for wind power. Very soon you see the first wind power turbines in Ghana. Very soon you see them. In an age of climate safety, we understand that competitive industries look for affordable energy and clean energy that align with sustainability goals. We welcome your ideas on partnering to achieve competitive industrial growth in this fast-changing world. To our colleagues in the industrial community, we see you not just as clients, but as partners in this journey. Though the business world is fraught with challenges, there are so many opportunities, and together we can build a more competitive industrial landscape, one where Ghana's products and services are not just excellent, but world-class. As we embark on this new chapter, we invite you to explore these services and discover how VRA solutions can help propel your business forward. Your collaboration and partnerships are key to our collective success. To conclude, I again express my sincere appreciation to the Association of Ghana Industries for organizing this exceptional summit and providing a platform for knowledge sharing and partnership. We are immensely grateful to your support and look forward to deepening our relationship as we continue to work together to build a brighter and a more sustainable future for Ghana's industrial sector. Once again, I welcome you all and look forward to the discussions and collaboration that will emerge from today's event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Executive Engineering Operations at VRA Engineer Edward Corbin Kenzo, for welcoming us warmly and combining two roles in one speech. And now, since it's VRA Day, our day, you know, our day has goodies. So we have goodies that you win just by taking part in the VRA Lucky Dip. So if you're thinking of rice, if you're thinking of maybe staying in a hotel, if you're thinking of a cruise, then you better be putting your business cards there for that lucky dip. So something for you to think about on the VRA Our Day. And since it's such a special day, we have two welcomes. So the second welcome is from the president of the Association of Ghana Industries. Let's welcome Dr. Humphrey Ayim Dake.
Okay, good morning. I'm told it's energy, so please let's have some energy in the house. Good morning. I got it right? All right, the representative of the Minister and CEO of Petroleum Commission, our good friend, Mr. Fable, the Deputy CEO of VRA Kenzo, our rep from Anglo Gold, Ashanti, correct? And colleague industrialists, it's another day and we are grateful having you here one more time. What can I say? That energy is the spine of industry. And it was deliberately created many years ago by our first president when he deliberately and consciously created the man-made lake, and till date is one of the biggest in the world. With that deliberate effort, it was also deliberately created for industrialization, and a clear example was the Tema Enclave that benefited from the deliberate action of the Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in the days and the history as we know. In a recent engagement, and Kenzo and I once upon a time had an opportunity to be part of a nuclear program in the US. I recently followed it up with another seminar in Kenya, and in engagement, I discovered in '63, the then president also deliberately created the Ghana Atomic Energy. And it hit me the other day when I was on the panel discussion in Kenya, that, granted, that but for geopolitical machinations and then political instability, we would have had a nuclear feed into our power mix. And the biggest challenge that we have today, which is the cost of power, could have been solved many years ago. And I said, wow, that was vision. Today we want to bring back nuke as part of our energy mix. And it's one of the deliberations going on strongly. So that deliberate action then, which has not materialized till date, are part of our challenges. And to you and myself, that is our charge, to be deliberate and create and make sure the spine that propels energy has the component of competitiveness in cost. And then to the new era, we have the thermal, we have the gas, and now we are seeking to do nuclear to complement the hydro, which was built many years ago. So it is very evident that energy and our partnership with VRA and its associates is the spine to industrialization. In the then discussion, and I know there are two offers on the table, one from the US, one from China, to seek to build a nuclear plant to mix our power mix. And in the argument, how ready is industry to take up the excess power that will come in? And my argument to the group was, once it's cost competitive. And I have Geo Energy, who was also part of the nuclear space, seeking to play a part in our new energy mix. So I use this platform to emphasize and welcome this opportunity for diversification and going back to the drawing board and bringing nuclear as part of the energy mix, so as we can get a competitive power cost to propel our industries. May I also say that the theme for today, promoting value chain for competitiveness, is underpinned by these historical issues that I've sought to bring to your attention. And in that context as well, as industry plays a major role in the clear agenda of economic transformation within a developing economic context, it is crucial that as we promote the value chain, we look at the supply chain as well. And I'm so excited to realize that Egbert takes the role of the minister today to engage, because he has tremendous experience in the Petroleum Commission regarding local content, regarding the supply chain and the value chain that we seek to demonstrate as our team. And I believe he will take advantage to explore and share and charge the VRA authorities that as you explore, as you partner us, and we are excited, and thank you very much for your support. You have also demonstrated it by your presence here. I was asking Kenzo, how come your members are overwhelming the industry players today who are supposed to take advantage? But it tells me your mindset as you engage in your daily activity is to partner industry, to create jobs for our own. And in that context, as you do the value addition, be aware that Our aim is to create jobs, create wealth in our context in Ghana, and share. However, I also hope that as Egbert deliberates on this issue, he will drop in a bit of local content. How do we put such local content into legislation to give it precision and predictability in our engagement? And as you explore the value chain, your footprints will be obvious that posterity can come to the table someday and do reference, just as I've done in the case of the nuclear in the 1963. And unfortunately, we haven't harnessed that opportunity. And today the cost of power is still high. Our prayer is that with the effort of hydro, and we know the hydro mix currently is one of the significant input in the energy mix, and that's drawing the cost of power down. How do we balance it with the IPPs? It's a different matter for another day. We are grateful for your presence and we're grateful for your support. Let me also take the opportunity to also welcome Guta, the president of Guta, one of our contemporaries in the space that we engage in advocacy for fairness in competition. Thank you, Dr. Obin, for your attendance. And on this note, we're grateful one more time, and we look forward to deliberate engagement. Our colleagues in the AGI energy sector, collaboration with the German partners, are also here, and we do this together to bring competitiveness and deepen the footprints in the industry. Thank you, and thank you for your attention.
The energy was vibrant. Thank you very much, AGI President, for your welcome address. And now we will hear a speech by our special guest of honor representing the Honorable Minister for Energy, Honorable Herbert Kappa. Our guest of honor is Chief Executive at the Petroleum Commission. Let's welcome Mr. Egbert Fibil.
Thank you very much. Kafui, should I make a full disclosure? Okay, so he and I come from the University of Ghana. We were in Commonwealth Hall. And we used to call him, and I think I still call him Rascaf. Yeah, so, yeah, that's his nickname, yeah, Rascaf. So Rascaf, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was just an aside. The president of the Association of Ghana Industries, Dr. Humphrey Eyim Dake, the chief executive officer of the Association of Ghana Industries, Mr. Seth Chumakwabwa, the deputy chief executive officer of the Volta River Authority, Engineer Obin Kenzo, executives of VRA, the chair of the oil and gas sector of the Association of Ghana Industries, Mr. Kwame Jantwa, executives of AGI, executives of the Volta River Authority, exhibitors, captains of industry, industrialists, distinguished invited guests, representative of the Anglo Gold Ashanti Iduapre mine, I believe, our friends from the media. I do this on behalf of Honorable Kappa, Herbert Kappa, the Minister of State at the Ministry of Energy, who unfortunately cannot be with us this morning because of clashing duty. He sent me to send his sincerest and deepest apologies to you for his inability to be here. He wished that he would have been with you here today, but unfortunately some other compelling reasons have taken him away. I want to begin by speaking in the voice of the minister to say that as far as the delivery of the speech is concerned, the words that come out are for the minister, but the way I deliver it are mine. So all the glory let the minister take, and all the mistakes in delivery, I'm responsible. I'm honored to address this distinguished gathering today to discuss a critical aspect of our industrial development with focus on renewable energy under the theme, and I quote, promoting value chain for competitive industrial development. Ladies and gentlemen, energy is the foundation of everything we do. This is why the Ministry of Energy is dedicated to providing clean, affordable, sustainable, and reliable energy to fuel the socio-economic growth of our beautiful country. Ladies and gentlemen, clean and renewable energy technologies are pivotal for Ghana's industrial revolution and have the spillover potential to accelerate manufacturing across Africa. Developing our green manufacturing capabilities is essential for fostering economic growth, creating quality jobs, and eradicating poverty, all while ensuring we keep pace with the global energy transition. Historically, the manufacturing sector has driven significant economic growth and transformation worldwide. However, Ghana has yet to fully harness the benefits of industrialization. Over the past 4 decades, the contribution of the industrial sector to our GDP has declined. Our heavy reliance on raw material exports and imported consumer goods has hampered sustainable development. It is time to shift away from this model. The global energy transition presents a unique opportunity for us to redefine our economic strategy, focusing on value chain development and value addition through manufacturing. This shift will not only create much needed jobs, but also boost export revenues and ensure sustained prosperity. As we work to transform our economic fundamentals, ladies and gentlemen, we must address key challenges such as limited technological capacities, inadequate skilled labor, high input costs, energy deficits, low productivity, and weak capital markets. Ignoring these issues could undermine our progress. We need robust cross-cultural policy and regulatory reforms, as well as fiscal market development to achieve sustainable consumption and production at all levels. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the African Continental Free Trade Area represents the world's largest free trade zone by participant countries. It creates a market of over 1.3 billion people across 55 nations with a combined GDP of approximately $4 trillion. The significance of AFTA, headquartered here in Accra, Ghana, cannot be overstated. We must leverage this opportunity to drive our industrial evolution. I'm committed to fully implementing the Renewable Energy Master Plan, aiming for 10% renewable energy installed capacity by 2030. The 562 billion United States dollars National Energy Transition Framework outlines the best paths for fuel supply security, a diversified energy mix, and cost-efficient electricity generation. This framework will help accelerate Ghana's socio-economic development, forecasting a future electricity demand of 380 terawatt-hours and an installed capacity of 83 gigawatts, including 21 gigawatts from renewable sources. With an electricity access rate of 88.32% and the energy transition framework in place, Ghana is uniquely positioned to lead in green manufacturing across the continent. This framework will generate over 1.4 million new jobs through advancements in carbon capture, nuclear power, hydrogen, e-mobility, clean cooking stoves, energy storage, solar PV, wind turbines, and hydropower, among others. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we benefit from political stability, fiscal consolidation, and market advantages. I encourage you to seize these opportunities to develop bold, actionable business models that align with our green manufacturing and industrial development goals. I encourage the leadership of the Association of Ghana Industries to implore your members to tap into the net-metered renewable energy policy to promote clean and captive solar deployment in your industrial premises. It is a win-win policy model and could qualify goods and services from Ghana to enter into very stringent regulatory markets, including those of the European Union. I want to thank you for organizing this important event, and I look forward to our next gathering where we can review the progress of renewable energy as a catalyst for value chain development in Ghana. On that note, I want to thank you once again, and may we all be blessed in our endeavors. Thank you very much.
I like the disclaimer you put out before you launched into the speech, and it went down very well. Thank you very much, Chief Executive at the Petroleum Commission, Mr. Egbert Fabil, standing in for the Minister of State responsible for energy, Honorable Herbert Krapper. The next speaker plays a key role in overseeing the commercial operations of the Volta River Authority, negotiating power and gas sales agreements and managing relationships with key stakeholders. Our speaker is responsible for identifying new markets and business opportunities within VRA's electricity sector. Previously, our speaker served as Director of Procurement, ensuring efficient procurement processes and inventory systems. Known for strong leadership in customer relations, our speaker is leading the team to launch something exciting at this year's Ghana Industrial Summit and Exhibition 2024. The speaker holds a BA in Management and Psychology from the University of Ghana, an MPA from GIMPA, and an MBA from Robert Gordon University. She's also a certified procurement professional with an MCIPS from the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply in the UK. Let's welcome Director of Commercial Services at VRA, Mrs. Miriam Latikai Dake, for a presentation that will be very, very interesting. It's on the VRA value-added services. Hello. And I was told by one of the interpreters for us to slow down because we are doing some good English to French interpretation. So, yes, so I know you won't step on the gas. All righty. So, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Morning. I think I like the energy. So, good morning, and good morning, representative of the Minister, President of AGI, Deputy Chief Executive VRA, Captains of Industry, representative of Anglo Gold, our own dear and cherished customer, our friends and our customers from Togo who came in here to join us. You are welcome. And to all the VRA family represented here, colleagues from VRA and friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my duty here is quite simple. We are here to launch a suite of services, and as you would know, VRA has been in the business of power generation and power supply for over 60 years. So we went about doing our duty of power supply to our customers. Over the years, we started off from hydro, solely hydro. We moved into thermal, and today we are in the renewable space, showing how resilient we have been over the years. And there's an adage in Ghana, I think all the tribes have either said that when you go to your neighbor's house to take burning coals to set your own fire, you don't look into your neighbor's soup. I think somehow in this space, VRA peeped into the soup a bit. And as we were supplying power, in peeping into the soup, we saw that there were problems. There were problems that our customers had. We came back to our home and looked at the capabilities and expertise we have built over the 60 years. As we moved from hydro to thermal to renewables, we had garnered a lot of skills and competencies. We matched that to the problems we found, and we saw that we could be a solution by providing the value to our customers. And the result is what we have today, the value-added services. The main objective for the value-added services is basically to ensure that we give additional value to our customers. They know us for power supply, but we can do something more than power supply, something to add value to you, to improve your competitiveness, no matter what industry you find yourself in. And so putting our heads together, we came up with a suite of services. Currently, we have 7 of them. And it is, I say currently because it will keep growing as we keep discovering more problems in the soup. So we have energy and water usage auditing, technical process auditing, safety auditing, specialized equipment testing and field support, environmental compliance auditing, corporate greenhouse and gas inventory management. Then we have our technical and management training. As we go through this, we just want you to set your mind on it and begin to see where we are able to provide support to you. Okay, so we have a synopsis of what each of these services seek to do. And I think that we have flyers around. When we go out, we'll be able to see them. But the summary of what all of that seeks to do is just to do this. What is the problem we have? We seek to come to you and identify it together and find ways of reducing your cost, improving operational efficiency, enhancing your compliance to statutory requirements. And as we all march towards net zero, there are things we can support you to do in that space. How do we deliver these processes to you? How do we deliver these services to you? Remember that the services were even discovered, but just trying to pay a closer attention to the needs of our customers. So at the center of the delivery process is you, the customer. So we come to you, listen to your problem, and tailor a solution that absolutely fits your peculiar needs. And we do that with cutting-edge technology. Being around for 60 years and still vibrant shows everybody that you cannot be doing the same things and still be active at 60. And so the cutting-edge technologies that we'll use to do that. And as we do it, all the processes we are using to deliver the service to you is such that we are complying with all regulatory requirements. The product we deliver to you also in your premises is supposed to also enhance your own compliance with the statutory regulations in your particular industry. What are the benefits? I think by now they should be quite clear to us. We aim to ensure that as we provide the service to you, it will improve your operational performance. The gaps we found are what we are trying to solve, and so it should improve your operational performance. It should help you to reduce your costs, enhance compliance to regulatory requirements, and we do all this at very competitive rates. What has been our journey so far? What has been our journey so far? So we are not just saying it, but we have piloted it with a few of our customers. And our journey so far, we have been to Aflao, to one of our customers, Diamond Cement. We recalibrated their meters, their energy meters, and their relays. We zoomed off to our own backyard, Akosombo, AICL. We did some works on carbon, accounting for them. We did some work with Anglo Gold, Idua Prim, tested their transformer oils, and treated same. We did some work for Asanko Mine also in Obotan. And then we had Anglo Gold themselves coming to our academy for training for some of their key staff. Why is this important? We are showing you that no matter where you are across the country, you have a need, we have a service to meet it. We'll be at your premises to solve your problem and bring some value to you as we seek to improve competitiveness and efficiency across the industries and our partners. So these are pictures of some of the on sites that we have gone to deliver services all across the country. And all you need to do is to contact us, and there we will be to support you. We want to say thank you to our customers who, during the pilot phase, gave us the privilege of serving them, Anglo Gold, Diamond Cement, AICL, Asanko. As I wrap up, we want to have a documentary that just wraps up all that I've tried to say over these few minutes, so that you will know where to come to us and who to contact as you seek to get us to support.
For over 60 years, the Volta River Authority has been the powerhouse behind Ghana's economic growth and a beacon of energy supply in the sub-region. Our legacy of reliable energy generation is matched only by our commitment to safety, efficiency, and innovation. With decades of expertise in managing complex systems and optimizing operational processes, we are proud to introduce a comprehensive range of value-added services designed to elevate your business operations. Unlocking savings and ensuring sustainability with our energy and water usage auditing services, our detailed assessments identify inefficiencies while providing actionable insights that reduce costs and minimize your environmental footprint. Optimizing your processes and boosting productivity with our technical process auditing, we evaluate the performance of your systems, identify areas for improvement to help you achieve operational excellence. Safety is paramount. Our safety auditing services ensure your facility meets industry standards, mitigates risks, and fosters a culture of safety that protects both your workforce and operations. Maintaining the reliability of your critical assets with our specialized equipment testing and field support services, we provide expert testing and on-site assistance to keep your operations running at peak performance. Ensuring your business stays compliant and environmentally responsible with our environmental compliance auditing, we help you meet regulatory standards while enhancing your environmental performance. Improving your brand reputation and reducing operation costs with our corporate greenhouse gas inventory and management systems. We provide a framework for measuring, managing, and reporting emissions, ensuring compliance with statutory regulations and global targets. At the VRE Academy, we build competencies that drive business growth and ensure continuity. From power plant operations to energy management and leadership, our expertly crafted courses align with industry standards, preparing your team to meet today's global challenge trends and tomorrow's opportunities.
Hello, I'm Engineer Salif Yakubu, the Electrical and Instrumentation Superintendent overseeing Power, Pressure and Oil Transfer section at AngloGold Ashanti Equipment Limited in Accra. We engaged VRA's customer value added service to perform a couple of jobs for us, including transformer oil analysis and primary and secondary injection test on a couple of our switchboards. These services were performed flawlessly and we were very much pleased. We highly recommend this service, VRA's customer value-added service, to any organization who is seeking for professional and reliable support. Thank you.
We are very much thankful to VRA technical team who visited our office last year and they have give awareness program on energy meters and relays operations and all. And after that, they voluntarily they come forward and they take one of our meter, trivector meter, which is the incoming meter, to calibrate and send us back. We are very much grateful for their support. We are very much grateful their value-added services. They are voluntarily coming and supporting us because we are their customers. So thank you very much for all the PRA technical team.
Don't miss the chance to unlock the full potential of your power generation and production facilities. Schedule a consultation with us today and discover how our auditing and field support services can drive the efficiency, safety, and success of your business. VRA Value Added Services. Excellence in service delivery. VRA Value Added Services. Excellence dans la prestation des services.
AngloGold Ashanti Iduprem, Engineer Frank Asamoah Siao.
Good morning, the President of AGI, the Energy Minister's representative, all other protocols duly observed. So from our side, it's very, very commendable. You know, those of us who are familiar with the mining work, 1 minute of downtime costs us lots of money. So when it trickles to minutes to hours, just imagine, from my manager Bernard Finn to my HOD, the cost will just keep on tripping. The moment you see the calls coming from the CEO's office, then you should know there's something in danger. But in the midst of all these things, our wives, VRA Grid Code, they've held us down, especially from the beginning of this year till now. So, just as a liver twist, in AJ we believe in 6 values. So from my boss, Bernard, from my HOD, Engineer Isaac Eduinin, to my managing director, and from the executives, they said I should leave with 2 of our values, excellence and collaboration. Yes, we've done a good work, but where do we go from yesterday? Keep holding us down. Let's improve on whatever we've achieved, the successes we've achieved, and in the spirit of excellence and collaboration, let's keep on doing what you guys have been doing for us. Not to talk of your excellent work you did for us in our transformer testing and the primary and secondary injection, so that you can keep us going, we can keep the mines running for generations yet unborn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I knew engineers were kind of, because my father-in-law was an engineer, but this engineer is really funky, man. My brother, I didn't feel your dress code, man. Yeah. Shout outs to our engineer, man. He's brought the energy to the place. VRA has taken over the whole place. I'm seeing green everywhere. Even me, I've been taken over. Look what I'm wearing today. I was wearing wine on Tuesday, blue yesterday, and today green. But it's all good. It's your day. And so we are here to celebrate with you. So we have some guests that we would like to acknowledge. And from, it's a big delegation from Compagnie Énergie Électrique du Togo, CEET. They are like Togo's ECG, I guess. And so we have Monsieur Debo Barandao, DG CEET. Monsieur Barandao, give us a wave. Soyez le bienvenu. Madame Edwige Dorceau, directrice centrale commerciale et communication de la CEET. Monsieur Sédou Sonrouin, directeur central administratif et financier. Monsieur Sédou, where is he? There he is. Monsieur Bouro Godi, chef département production CET. There he is. And Koudaya Kofi, chef service protocole et relations publiques. Bienvenue. Bienvenue. Good to see you all here. And from Togo, we go to our northern border, where I was born actually. And we have from Sonabel, which is the Société Nationale d'Électricité du Burkina Faso, we have Monsieur Emile Sawadogo. Where is he? Fantastic. Bienvenue à tous. Welcome to all of you. We have now come to a very important part of our event, and this involves the unveiling of a very special logo and the launch of the VRA Value Added Services. The man who started will end. Engineer Edward Eko Obing Kenzo, Deputy Chief, please. It is your duty and honor, I am sure, to do just this. And he's coming with a bodyguard.
Thank you, MC. Just to add a bit to what my colleague presented to you, the value-added services, the end goal is to make sure that you use the energy that we supply to you effectively and efficiently. As much as you reduce the losses in your company, which means that the cost of production will go down. When the cost of production goes down, you save money to do more investment, produce more, and as you produce more means that you consume more energy. Consuming more energy means that you take now get more money. So in bottom line, to use the energy effectively. Waste management is very, very key. Energy and water waste management is key. People take it for granted. As the IJ says, a drop of water makes a mighty ocean. Just put a bucket under your tap and let the water be dropping dots. Come the next day, you get a full bucket of water, which is money. We assume people think, oh, this is what VR is trying to venture into the diversification, the portfolio, the operational cost. Looking at this is nothing that we even say that is going to add to our bottom line. But just that to make sure that our customers are using energy efficiently, be more competitive, their product becomes more of a world class, so they can also sell. So if you are selling to the European country, they ask whether you conform to the ESG. So our environmental auditor will make sure that you will be conforming to those ones. So you can easily export the product. Whether you are doing proper carbon crediting, carbon accounting, yes, you have it audited, you are doing it, they say fine, then you can accept your product in our country. That's the main essence of these value-added services. So please take note of that. We want you to consume more so we can get more money and move it forward. And for 62 going to 63 years, I can stand here as the one in charge of engineering operation that there's no other company which have that excellent operational delivery. No. When you talk of VRA, that is the star that Kwame Nkrumah look at, that black star of Ghana. That is Water River Authority. When you look at our logo, you see down there, we say we add value to life. We power economy. That is all that we do. So nobody can rival us in any of the businesses that we do. Come administratively, technically, commercial, what have you. We have it. We have it. As we said, we are even dredging our water out there, taking all the waste from the water, making sure the front of our lake looks so serene that people will go there and enjoy. The waste, at least through our environmental department, we are converting that waste to briquette, compost organic for farming, help the state in the planting for food, We are doing all this to make sure that we prepare the economy of this country. That is the main drive of Water River Authority. So still the authority stays, and we are the authority. Thank you. At this juncture, I would like to beg of you to unveil the logo of the value-added services. The symbol that we'll try to unveil, we have 3 main themes on them that I would like to take you through. You see a diamond shaped structure, that is a hexagonal, as the mathematicians and engineers will say. It's more of the uniqueness in the relationship VRA has with its bulk customers, that is for the diamond shape. The wheels that we have on the logo symbolizes progress and advancement in services via render. And then there's a yellow sun in there, which symbolizes the energy or power VRA produces. And with these 3 symbols that we carefully chose these 3 for these value-added services. Our customers are very dear to us. As long as the customers are happy at their generation, the economy of this country will grow. Jobs will be created for the Ghanaians, and at least there will be more stability, happiness, and people's hearts will not be eaten out. As long as we exist as VR, as the president said, Kwame Nkrumah saw the vision, constructed Akosombo, put up the first industrial company, which was VACO, to consume the power from Akosombo. We've always been the pioneer of the energy sector. Generation come, generation go, we'll still be the pioneer. The first solar plant was installed by Water River Authority. That is the Navrongo solar plant. We are going to be the first to install the wind. We are the first to bring a thermal plant to Ghana. And through VRA, we brought the pipeline from Nigeria to Ghana. We're the anchor receivers of the gas. Anything that changes and holds this country economy is from VRA. So this value added is also going to continue turning the economy and bringing progress and success to this nation. So at this juncture, with the help of my director, and I'll ask my twin. When I was growing up, they say I always look like him. But unfortunately, he's a giant Ahmed. I'll ask him to join me to officially launch the VRA Value Added Service, as we call it.
transmission, all the way to distribution. Lots of great speakers, Dr. Charles J. Furi, Ms. Bebel Fryer, Mr. Maximilian Kwating, Engineer Ebenezer Kojo Entry, and the moderator Kuku Osei Sapong will be doing that after snack. But for now, we're going for the tour. Let's have our dignitaries for a big official photo. If you can please rise for a photo. Yes, please rise for a photo. Yes, indeed. Where's my official photographer? Yes, the man with the yellow camera. He will take the shot. Yes. Okay, so big smiles. So can we leave the interpretation, the headphones for the interpretations on the tables? Thank you so much. And that's our photo. We're going for the tour. Remember, there's a VRA lucky dip. And if you work at VRA, let me see your hands up in the air. You're not part of the lucky dip. Everybody else, take part in the lucky dip. We have prizes from Bong Rice, Volta Hotel, Dodi Cruise, and a whole lot more. And everybody who doesn't work at VRA is encouraged to put their hand in the dip. All you have to do is just put your hand inside and take a prize. so he can follow what's going on. Okay.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. My name is Charles Jemfiofori. I work with the Africa Center for Energy Policy. Yes. All right. Okay, so as we sort out the presentation, the topic for presentation this afternoon is enhancing Ghana's power sector value chain, solutions for reliable, affordable, and clean energy from generation to distribution. Solutions for reliable, affordable, and clean energy from generation to distribution. Now, my assignment is to take a macro level and consider how the importance of renewable energy technologies could be for Ghana, both on the grid connection side and also considering other off-grid options. All right, so we have the presentation here. So my outline is just a simple one. It's going to be a very simple presentation. First, we will focus on the issues around grid connection with RETs, that's renewable energy technologies, and how the outlook for Ghana is and what the key opportunities for businesses in terms of standalone businesses who are into renewable energy, and also for the government. Then we look at private sector participation through mini grids, then off-grid solutions, and what the way forward should be. Okay. So when you look at the grid connection with RETs, I think we can go to the next slide. Now, these statistics have been around for some time, but it's always nice that we refresh our minds on where we stand as far as our energy mix is concerned. And the statistics show that Ghana's generation mix is predominantly thermal and then hydro. Now, to prevent loss of generality or any ambiguity in definition, I want us to just focus our minds on addressing renewable energy without the large-scale hydro plants that we have, so that we don't get into the debate as to whether hydro is renewable or not. So let's just keep that in mind. So we have 68.8% hydro, 28.8%, 68.8% thermal, 28.8% hydro, and then 2.4% renewable, which is made up of various small hydro and then solar and waste to energy, biomass forms of energy. Then if you compare the installed capacity to the actual power generation capacity, you realize that the actual contribution of renewable energy is even smaller. And this is from the Energy Outlook, the second half projection for the second half of 2024, from the Energy Outlook that projects that actual power generation from renewables is just about 0.7% of the total generation that we experience, and that shows that even it's smaller. And a key question therefore emerges that what then will really be the role of RETs in Ghana when it comes to on-grid connection, and can we really meet this target of 10% penetration of renewable energy in our energy mix by the 2030? I know there has been a lot of ongoing debates as to even what the definition of the 10% penetration is. But then, if we are sticking to this this renewable per hour definition, then can we really meet it as it stands? And if we can or we cannot, what is the role of RETs in Ghana, and how can businesses, how can industry, how can even government institutions stand to benefit in the near future? Now, in answering this question, we want to look at what the long-term projection of renewable energy technologies would be. The next slide, please. So, this is the Integrated Power Sector Master Plan, which is supposed to be a least regret approach, a model that seeks to provide what capacity additions Ghana may require in the medium to long term. That has been projected right from 2024, 2023 to 2040. So it gives an idea of what our generation requirements will be in the long term, what is going to be the fuel requirements, what is going to be the various sources, and it actually places them in the some various scenarios that we can consider. So the first scenario is what we call the unconstrained scenario. That is more like the business as usual, where they not constrain themselves to any form of energy use. The major issue is just to ensure that we generate electricity at the least cost without restricting ourselves to any major source of energy. And if you look at the role of renewables in this scenario, one of the projection shows that about 1,485 megawatts of renewable energy will be added as new capacity between now and then 2032. And it is made up of hydro, solar PV with additional storage capacity, and then wind. And then when you are moving on to 2033 towards 2040, additional capacity of renewables will be about 2,780 megawatts, which is going to be made up predominantly of solar PV and storage, and then also wind capacity. So if you look at the unconstrained scenario, what we see is that the percentage of renewables in there is about 50%, from 43% to 50% of our new additions, that is new capacities, will be from renewables. Now, the model also considered a scenario where our energy mix is diversified with nuclear power, where about 1,000 megawatts of nuclear is installed. And even with this scenario, that means that a huge chunk of our energy is being taken by, our energy mix is being taken by nuclear. And even with that, we still have between 615 to 2,138 megawatts of additional capacity being solar. And that ranges from 24% to 39% of the energy mix in terms of new capacities. Then they considered another scenario, which is the geographical diversification scenario, where power plants are being positioned relative to the geographical locations where industry is sited. We put some in the middle belt to ensure a constant flow of power and also to meet some industrial capacities. And also within that scenario, we have about between 1,354 to 2,780 megawatts of renewable energy, which ranges from 43% to 47% of new additional capacity to our energy mix. When you consider the scenario for the Renewable Energy Master Plan, if we are supposed to achieve that by 2030, then it means that the model considers additional renewable energy capacity to be within 2,190 to 2,830 megawatts, which ranges from 44% to 60% of new additional capacity. And of course, we have the enhanced NDC scenario, that is, if we're able to meet our NDC targets as outlined in our NDC framework and also in response to the Paris Agreement, we have the role of renewable energy playing in there, where new additional capacities will be 1,735 to 2,780 megawatts. Now, the relevance of this data is to show that irrespective of the scenario, irrespective of where Ghana would be, the requirement of renewables or the importance of renewables cannot be overemphasized. It is a technology that would be one of the huge required technologies anytime we are going to consider various options for power generation or for generation expansion, even within the situation where we do not constrain ourselves to any specific, timeline or any specific target as far as environmental targets are concerned. Even with that, renewables will still be a competitive force to reckon with when it comes to power generation for us in the long term, especially when additional generation is concerned. Now, for this to really happen, next slide please, we have certain assumptions that must hold. And some of the key assumptions that are holding for this particular thing to happen is the fact that the reducing cost of renewable energy technologies and data from the International Renewable Energy Agency and other, next slide please, other core institutions on this have shown how renewables have reduced per kilowatt of installation from time to time and by over 90%. The only thing that is worrying us has been the fact that our currency depreciation continues to offset that potential for us to enjoy the benefit of reduction. And also another key assumption is the fact that upgraded renewable energy technologies, the increasing capacity factors, innovations, and other key technological innovations within renewable are improving capacity factors, improving system efficiencies, and is becoming more and more competitive with the other technologies. And if we're able to ramp up demand, increase demand due to industrialization efforts, that means that there's going to be a lot more demand for power, a lot more demand for a diversified energy system, and a lot more demand for us to move into additional sources of energy to improve or to actually support our industrialization agenda. If improved transmission infrastructure is also there, that is also a very serious assumption that we need to hold. And also intentionality around strategy. This is nice on paper. We have a lot of plans, and if you count, we can count between 2011 and to date, about 15 to 20 separate policies around climate action, of which renewable energy integration forms part of that since 2010. And the question is, have we been able to action these plans? So the intentionality around actioning these master plans, around actioning these strategic plans within the long term is also a very huge assumption that we need to take note of. And that presents a lot of opportunities if we're able to be intentional in doing so. So a key question therefore emerges whether there is a role for private sector players, companies that offer various forms of renewable energy services. Apart from the government, apart from BPA undertaking key installations, key renewable energy installations, and then also VRA also becoming a major player in there, what about the other side? Are there any opportunities for them to be able to contribute to this great connection mix? And there is, but you need to, there are various forms that we see this happening. First of all, the ability to partner with some of these bigger companies, like the ability for key renewable energy companies to partner with other state agencies like BRI in the provision of EPC services and all of that, could lead them to contribute to some of these generation issues that we're talking about. But then also, do we consider, are there any risks and uncertainties that we can consider for this private sector? And the first had to be the implementation gaps. As we mentioned, that intentionality around strategy is a very important thing. So if we are not able to implement this very well to the best of our ability, where regulation is on point, where the political will to do these installations are on point, that could be a very serious barrier. And also competition among major players, even among government players, could also be a significant barrier for the private sector partners to actually participate in this opportunity. So we go through the other option. If grid connection becomes difficult, if grid connection doesn't offer a better chance for private sector partners, where can they also participate within our environment in Ghana as far as power sector and renewable energy integration is concerned? And private sector participation through mini-grids has become one of the key approaches and key ways we can do that. So Ghana has, again, the usual statistics have shown that Ghana is one of the most electrified countries across the region. And we have about 88%, the latest statistics show that our electricity adoption rate is about 88%. And the Statistical Service also reveals in their 2021 population and housing census that we have about 1.14 million households in Ghana not electrified. And this statistic comes as far as their major source of lighting is concerned. So the question around what is the key technology they use in lighting, these households use other forms of lighting apart from electricity. And if you estimate on the basis of about 3.6 people, an average of 3.6 per household, that gives us about 4.1 million people without access to electricity. So the key question is, how do we meet these needs? Now, universal access to electricity universal access just goes beyond electrification, because electricity access also needs to consider affordability and then the reliability of power. And then the bigger issue also has to do with whether there's an investment justification for these last mile connections. And some of the reasons that have come or emerged in this situation has been the low populations in these areas, most of the island and lakeside communities that are hard to connect to the grid, the scattered settlements, and even the ability or the willingness for these people to pay. But given that there is an economic justification for this, there is also the challenge of balancing economic justification for investment and also the social responsibility of providing access to power. So how do we do this? How can private sector participate within this? Now, the key issue has been how we're able to successfully provide incremental implementation of these mini grids. We've seen some approach by the Africa Development Bank and then the Swiss government in providing some mini grids to meet some of the targets. Tariff structure is also very important for us to look at, to specifically address the willingness to pay issues. And then the bigger issue around productive use of electricity. So what should be the role of the private sector? The only way to make private sector investment count, the next slide please, is when you're able to produce reliable power, when the power we produce is reliable, and when the reliable power that we produce is also able to generate sufficient revenue to satisfy investments that are being made by the private sector. Because irrespective of whatever we are doing, whether environmental or anything, we still have the issue around profitability. And then whether we're able to generate sufficient return on investment. And then if there's a potential for us to scale up our resources. And then the bigger issue also around regulatory compliance, ensuring that we have various, we create the environment that is important or necessary for investments to thrive. Various mini-grid models exist. The next slide, please. Various mini-grid models exist, and we have the private sector-led model, which is where the private sector or the private company designs, builds, operates, and then issues a pay-as-you-go tariff or a tier system of tariff, of course, as approved by the regulator. We can also have the PPP, the public-private participation model. We can also have the utility-based model where the development of the mini-grid is done by a national utility. And then also the anchor business model where there can be a guaranteed offtake by an anchor client. It could be a factory, it could be an industry, it could be any production hub. And then the excess will be given to the households that require the power. And in this situation, you solve the challenge of meeting the investment requirements because you have a guaranteed off-taker, and also you address to some extent the issues around willingness to pay. So what about the off-grid solutions? And this is the space where a lot of private sector participants are actually playing within. So there has been a lot of increased popularity around renewable energy integration. Ghana, we don't have much official statistics around the small scale and then the off-grid installations, as far as if you take the national grid connections aside. But productions from model intelligence have shown that we have a cumulative annual growth rate of about 20%. and that shows that there's potential for growth. And we have installations happening across markets, and there's a lot of business case that is being made to support renewable energy generation in favor of conventional power in terms of its cost-saving potential, and the fact that the explanation that every kilowatt hour of energy you produce or you generate from renewables leads you to save a kilowatt hour of tariffs. But of course, there are some other barriers that impact this. Knowledge barriers, we still need to do more education around it. The financing for the companies to even be able to support themselves and to scale up. And then also we have some regulatory challenges also as well, licensing barriers and other key regulatory challenges that affect these private companies. But there are also certain key enablers that we could take advantage of, and the activation of the net metering scheme is a huge enabler that would have allowed us to really take advantage or encourage self-generation from using renewables. And as the amended Renewable Energy Act even mentioned, leading to a lot of reduced end user tariffs because of the netting off, diversification to improve reliability, and even providing additional capacity for distribution companies to focus on more productive use of energy or to sell to other customers, and then improving the business for renewable energy based businesses. Improved regulatory environment is also another key enabler. If all these standards are there and the regulatory environment is not good, it creates a bigger risk for investment attraction and industrial involvement in renewable energy. So, just the last slide. So what can be done? What really needs to be done to ensure a seamless integration of both public sector and private sector institutions within this business of renewable energy? Three key things, and the first has to do with a very clear and stable regulatory framework and governance around the power sector, and for that matter, the renewable energy. And that means that there should be a very well-defined licensing procedures without a lot of bottlenecks. We should also really focus on how we can enhance this net metering scheme that we have brought. You know, the piloting brought about a lot of challenges, and how the utilities were not able to net off, and how PLC had to come back and provide a new net metering tariff scheme. And we are yet to see a full implementation of that. Also, innovative tariff schemes are very necessary. And then reducing the risk on investment attraction. Another important issue which sometimes we fail to discuss is how we link renewable energy integration with a broader industrial policy, because industries need power to thrive, and how we can provide support for productive use of electricity. As we mentioned in the previous slides, if we're able to stimulate anchor businesses to guarantee offtake for support of business or of mini grids within communities that do not have the ability to provide economic justification for power, we'll be able to guarantee the issues around financial risk or investment risk on the part of the investor, and also provide electricity on the part of the consumer or the household that needs it, because we've been able to provide a bigger company that has the muscle to offtake and also to pay for it. And it all looks at how we can generate or plan our industrial policies to ensure that these areas obtain industrial hubs and obtain places where they can offtake the power. And of course, innovative financing. Climate financing and support for renewable energy deployment goes beyond donor support. It is really high time we focused on also ensuring that our banking system, our financial support system provides tailor-made products to support these businesses for them to thrive, and how we're able to create a very good and important environment for investments to be made, and how we can link them to across various sectors of the value chain, and to progress economically. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Charles Jemfield Furi, Policy Lead for Climate Change and Energy at ASEP. Now we have another presentation before the panel. It's on boosting industrial growth and strengthening value chains through investing in renewable energy. Our presenter is Chief Technical Officer at the AGI Energy Service Center, just outside there, Ms. Bible Fryer. Let's welcome her as she comes up for the next 20 minutes. How do I say 20? That's 20 in German. Thank you. Take it away.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon or good morning still. What's the time? I think it's afternoon. We passed the morning hours. Yeah, so thank you for being here. And thank you for Charles making a very good introduction from one side of the whole value chain, that is the value chain in the energy supply, from government side mainly, and we are from the Energy Service Center who have been working for the last 5 years on working from the inside out. So today we would like to give you a short insight on our work, or it's part of our work, but also I think, some things which we can't be enough said and often enough repeated. And so I would like to talk a little bit about the value chain or renewable energy and energy efficiency introduction into the value chain of the industry. Well, it all starts, of course, with the recent pressure becoming more. Before it was only, we have to become more green and we have to, but now there's a third component coming in. We need to be energy efficient, we need to introduce renewable energy. The pressure through the recent climate change is getting more and worse. And why is it so? Because, the changes have to be done. Why are there so many changes have to be done? Because the causes are the human activities. So we are the ones responsible for the climate change, so we are also the ones responsible for changing our industrial activities, changing energy production, make changes in transportation and in agriculture and land use. As these activities are primarily responsible for the climate change, as we know, and result in increase of the global temperatures. That's right. So what is the transition about? It's one of the transition, it's a current transition, is about changing from oil, gas, and oil, coal, natural gas to renewables. That is our mandate, and where we should try to do as fast as possible. So which are the renewables available currently, which are in Ghana? I will talk more about those which are available readily in Ghana, which can easily be assessed. There are many others, of course. Things are in testing phases, and some countries are using other things which are quite too expensive. So the renewables we talk about is readily available as solar, wind, and hydro and biogas. Apart from the renewable energy we have available, we can also do something more. We can look into our already existing production lines. We can look what we are readily doing. And we don't look and purchase, we can just change things from inside. Means we're going to be more energy efficient. And that means we are using less energy but to achieve the same goals. So, and this plays a major role in the energy transition actually, and lead to a reduction of the carbon emissions, and we maybe will be able to keep our 2 degree level, although at the moment it doesn't look so much like that. Well, Charles has already pointed it out. I'm happy we have about the same numbers. We are using the same sources, and we're not, without knowing, we're not having talking about different numbers. Charles already mentioned there's quite a high electrification. Ghana is quite well connected, I would say. Of course, we have about 50% of rural areas which have no access. On the other hand, we have a very high access rate in the more urban areas, nearly 90%. The mix is also we have the same source, that's the Energy Commission source from 2024. We have the installed thermal is 69%, 28%, and in hydro and other means renewable energy is 2.3. So Ghana has already signed up to 2030. We also know that, and we agree that the Renewable Energy Master Plan looks into 10% energy, renewable energy by in the mix by 2030, which is quite close, just around the corner, only 5 years to come. We have a lot of possibilities here for the industries, but we have a lot of players also in the area which have to be taken with us. So there is the ministry, there's the Energy Commission, there is the commission, there is the Energy Commission, there are power generation companies, VRA, GUI, we have the grid, we have the transmission, we have the distributors, we have the service providers, and we have, of course, the customers. So it's a lot of people who have to talk and a lot of people who have to agree, which is suddenly at the moment not really moving as fast as we would like to have, looking at the time we have. So, according to the Energy Commission, the installed electricity generation is by 5,600 megawatt, out of which 5,180 is dependable, is readily available. Alone for the electricity consumption of the industry of that whole megawatts is 44%, which is quite something. That mainly the industry we're looking here, who is a large industry like mining, steel, cement, manufacturing, and agro-processing sectors, but of course the SMEs altogether taken at one pack is also responsible for large consumption. So, what are the challenges here? The industry needs 44% of the electricity, and the tariffs increased by 75% since 2020. We have an unreliable electricity supply, that is the big problem. Although the industry uses 44%, they have to subsidize, they have to back up their energy supply permanently, and the production really suffers under very high power cuts. So then dependence on the fossil fuels, it has a quite great environmental impact. Alone the carbon emissions by this year is by 3.5 million tons CO2. So the 44% of industry usage, energy usage, which is mainly produced by thermal, meaning oil and gas, amounts to 3.05 million tons carbon. That is equivalent to a carbon tax, which will likely be introduced soon, of 305 million Ghana cedis per year, which the industry produces. So carbon tax is one of our keywords at the Energy Service Center. We are always waving the big flag. This is coming, and this will be a real threat to the industry in Ghana. It will be now, currently the debates are, the discussions are running. It was introduced in January, it was withdrawn, it was now, government is looking newly into it. It's 100 cedis per ton per month. So everybody who does his calculation, carbon accounting, carbon footprint calculation can calculate how much it costs by the end of the year when the carbon tax has to be put on the table or on a monthly basis. It's not yet clear how the payment will be done, whether it will be done every 3 months or whether it will be done half yearly. So, but we all know it will be quite costly if you rely on the electricity by thermal and gas. So, what are the potential renewable energy? What the industry can do now? It's about becoming cleaner, becoming greener, reducing the carbon footprint altogether. So, what can people do? The advantages we've already heard. It's all about money. So, in introducing renewable energy and energy efficiency, is reducing the production cost and the carbon footprint. It enhances your competitiveness and resilience in the global market. That means you're also putting a lot of value to your products. Knowing that it's green, it is now, it's interesting, I've heard about now at the summit now the last 2 days, I've been not talking only, we are usually talking a lot to the larger industries in our energy service center. I talked to a lot of SMEs here at the chance, and I realized there are very many are very well aware what is happening in the market, and they are already thinking about, even the smaller SMEs, thinking about greening their products. How can they be competitive? How can they be advanced in comparison to others? So, and also meeting sustainable and environmental targets, that is of course also an incentive to become active. Yeah, as I already mentioned in the beginning, we have solar energy, we have hydropower, this is readily available. We have biogas, which is not so, it is done by the industries, but there's a lot of room for improvement. Anyway, all solar and biogas, I would say there's a lot of room of improvement. Wind, to my knowledge, we do not have much wind energy here in Ghana as of now, since the PPAs have been a little bit, it has been a bit hesitant to allow wind investors in wind energy. That was the last year's discussions. They were a bit hesitant to go forward, but I think they are now with the new regulations that PPAs, I hope government makes it easier to start. We will also see more wind energy coming into Ghana. So, that is besides the renewable energy sources, we have available renewable energy sources, that is a biomass, for example, biomass boilers, which really helps and reduces your carbon footprint enormously for the industry. It's one source which can be used, meaning you take biomass, you heat and you produce steam, and you are still carbon neutral. So, the next we want to show you some success stories of companies who have been taking the steps and investing into renewable energy and energy efficiency. We have Margris Garment. They have a lease-to-own project. This is a garment factory. They have about 200 kilowatt hybrid solar, which is connected to the generators and to the grid, so they can switch between whenever it is necessary and have a stable power supply and reduce their electricity costs, of course. We have the HP Fresh and Dry, which is a large company in the north here of Accra. They have a solar PV, biogas, and biomass combined. They have self-financed and lease-to-own projects. We have, that is one of the old ones, that is Samatex Timber. They have been actually off-grid for many, many years. They've been established, I think, 1947, and I think about that time, since that time, they are independent, they are off-grid, they're working, they're using their sawdust, they're using their biomass waste. Their timber, of course, they have a lot more biomass than others, and quite successfully with a 2.5 megawatt biomass plant. But they are also planning to invest in larger solar. Yeah, well, and that is the big flag project which has just recently been commissioned and finalized. That is Africa's largest and the world's second largest rooftop solar at the Tema Free Trade Zone enclave, and it was just commissioned, I think, 2 weeks ago. It is about 16 megawatts solar, which accomplished the energy supply and for the industries in that enclave. It's a power purchase agreement, meaning it's run by Helios Power, and the electricity is sold to the consumers in the free trade zone. So we talked about renewable energy, a lot about renewable energy. Now we have the energy efficiency, which I think should be at the beginning. Energy efficiency is the first step. After being energy efficient, you look into renewables, because if you're not energy efficient, there's no need to add renewables to your production sectors. You rather look for your savings first before you start to invest. So, as I said it already, energy efficiency is the practice to lose less energy to perform the same task and have the same outcome. So you can lower your operation cost and enhance your profitability already here and competitiveness. We have done some audits as a result of our audits with the larger industries, with our energy efficiency network. We have come to an average savings of 11% of energy already. So that is a minimum. That is not a minimum, but we have not calculated in too many very high cost investment here, but on an average 11% can be saved, which is quite an amount if you look at some of the electricity bills of some of the industries here. So the key areas to focus on an energy efficiency audit is, of course, you look at the efficiency of the machinery and equipment, you optimize the production process and reduce waste and provide recycling methods. The challenges now in energy efficiency and renewable energy implementation we have is, we start with the cultural and institutional barriers because that's actually our biggest hurdle we have. We have been working here for 5 years and we still find it extremely difficult to get people understand the concept of energy efficiency and renewable energy integration and saving energy. It is all there, but it is, of course, it doesn't come for free. Then it can only be done, of course, you can only get to the results when you have data. And our experience is, and what we have seen is, many of the companies do not gather data. So they have their energy bills, but they don't look a bit deeper into it. So it makes it impossible to identify the consumption pattern and inefficient procedures. Then, of course, what my colleague Charles Ofori said, we have the upfront cost, we have the financing problems, and to invest, then we have limited access to affordable financing, and then we have a weak policy and regulation framework. The solutions are, opportunities is a solution we have. We built up what we are offering, though I can do a little bit of advertisement for our center. We are offering energy management systems to adequate data collections. That is how we try to burst up the industries, ramp them up, we train them. We do capacity building and training for the staff. That will help to access data, to collect data, and to calculate what is needed in order to become more efficient. Then what is available here, what else is available, what are the answers to financing at the moment is power purchase agreements with external investors or lease-to-own agreements or green loans, which are usually not so favorable, unfortunately, to the industry. For the policy side, we would recommend that the renewable energy policies and incentives for the industries are, we put more incentives here, maybe tax incentives, and providing subsidies, what we said, for tax breaks or for energy efficient equipment. Well, and then maybe we're thinking about a dedicated renewable energy and energy efficiency fund. So this would be the solutions to the problems, but we have to all work together, as you have seen it on the slide before, how many institutions are involved, so it will be a little bit difficult. So that is it. I'm concluding here, so I hope we have a bit of a discussion here on the topics raised, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fryer, who is Chief Technical Officer, AGI Energy Service Center. She has occupied one of the seats, and the rest will be occupied by our panelist. Dr. Charles Jemfi Ofori is coming back to sit to the right of Ms. Fryer. We also have from the Bui Power Authority, the Deputy Director for Renewable Energy, Mr. Kojo Brentu, who's going to be sitting to the left of Ms. Fryer. We also have Engineer Ebenezer Kojo Entry. You guys are thinking of music now. Supervising Electrical Engineer VRA, he's going to be sitting on the chair, last but one chair. And the last chair to my left is going to be occupied by our moderator, who's Kweku Osei Sapong. So yes, engineer, is that engineer? Yes. And we'll take it away. You have 30 30 minutes of conversation, 20 minutes of Q&A, and then lunch.
Thank you very much, Kafuri, and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I think this is our favorite part of this discussion, where we get to ask all the hard questions. So I know you have a lot of questions. Please keep them very well. But before we start, I want to throw in some very thought-provoking questions. We spoke about how Ghana has an energy access of 88%, but we still see doomsday. So how does that all correlate? My colleagues here who are running industries have a huge budget for another source of power, which is normally your diesel generator. So is energy access, energy reliability, energy security, is that all embedded in energy access? That's one thing that I want us to look at. But before we get into this discussion, I think there were some very brilliant presentations, so please round of applause to our presenters. And I'll just recap, my biggest takeaways. I know you have your biggest takeaways, but for Dr. Charles, thank you very much for that presentation. He spoke about what we need to do to make sure that we are improving ARI. One of the things is having a clear and stable regulatory framework, which is with the land sensing and net metering. It's Energy Commission here. I don't want to talk about net metering, but hopefully you have questions about net metering. The next one is linking ARI integration with industrial policies, which is making sure there's a seamless synergy and integration, and also looking at other productive sources of use of electricity where ARI can go into. And the final one was innovative financing. We cannot speak enough about that. I personally have questions too. Are there any bankers here, please, by your hands, if there are any bank representatives here? Okay, AGI, next year, please. We have to make sure that our commercial bankers are here. And then Babel also brought some very interesting, thought-provoking presentation and her conclusion. She talks about how industries going on renewable energy can reduce production and cost as well as their carbon footprint. She spoke about enhancing competitiveness and resilience in the global economy. As you already know, if you are an industry in Ghana, in the global village that we are, you are competing with the rest of the world. She also spoke about sustainability and environmental benefits for the companies, as well as diving into energy efficiency and its benefits, including reduction of cost, enhanced productivity, sustainability, and climate sensitivity. On this note, we have a very interesting set of questions, and we hope our distinguished panelists can help us with that. There are a few areas that we'll look at. The first one is the challenges in scaling renewable energy in the power sector. I think Dr. Charles spoke a lot on that. So my first question is going to go to you. What are the most significant barriers to large-scale adoption of renewable energy in Ghana as far as the power sector is concerned? Now we know that Ghana has a very ambitious target of renewable energy integration. Per your presentation, there is just about 2% production with less than 1% actual contribution. So in your view, from where you sit, from interactions you've been in, what do you think the solution is?
So, are we looking at the challenges or the...
Well, first of all, we will talk about the significant barriers, but I don't like to talk about challenges. There's no use in talking about that. So when you talk about that, in your perspective, what do you think the solution is? So just juxtapose the two of them.
All right, thank you. I think from the government side, it's really about opening up the space for us to operate in terms of how we can integrate the renewable energy companies, the private sector, into the grid connection space. I think one of the very key oppositions around this integration had been the earlier concerns around excess capacity, which was one of the biggest reasons why stakeholders thought that energy integration for renewables wasn't going to be the best. But when you really look at our energy mix and then you look at our installed capacity, if you compare actual available capacity, you realize that there are even times that there's deficit in capacity. So if you check Energy Commission's report, you realize sometimes even 8 months out of the 12 months, there are periods where there's deficit in generation. So we may just be looking at the difference between peak demand and then installed capacity to represent excess. But when you begin to identify what constitutes available capacity, which is a function of the generator's own efficiency, the fuel availability, you may realize that we need additional capacity. So excess capacity conversations do not even come in here. So it is really our thinking around how we can provide, we can do this supply plan well and see how we can integrate the private sector or whoever is ready to help us with this integration. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to throw away your existing capacity. Of course, it is an environmental and a business case, how you are going to reduce cost of generation so that it doesn't really blow up your tariffs. But when you're able to do the plan well, it is able to suffice. Now, from the company's perspective, how we are able to also raise the financing to support the investment is very key. As you mentioned, we do not have much of tailor-made support, tailor-made financing systems to support green businesses, let alone renewable energy integration, both at the small scale side or the large scale side. So if you have a green business fighting or competing with other businesses for the same pot of finance with the huge interest rates and all of that, it's very challenging for them to raise that capital, especially within an environment that has a lot of uncertainty. So those things are very key things. Now, beyond the 10%, one of the opportunities we see is really around the off-grid side, the rooftop, where we are seeing a lot of customers going in there. A key question has to do with education on the adoption, which can improve the lots of companies, so that even when we are not doing the on-grid, the off-grid could be possible. And the net metering would have been a very important game changer for us. And you said you didn't want to talk about it, but it is one of the challenges. Operationalizing that scheme has been a lot of issues where people have the bi-directional meters, but sometimes you feed into the grid and you are charged double, right, for feeding into the grid. So how we are able to readjust and recalibrate some of these things to ensure that people actually benefit is a very huge thing that we need to take note of. Otherwise, the whole talk around renewable energy generation would be left in the documents, but the actual implementation may be problematic for us.
I like the sound of that, because we have seen a lot of talk, very little action. We want to see action more. And I like that you touched on and off-grid. I will go to the experts in on and off-grid solutions to talk more about it. My next set of questions will go to VRA and BUI, and this is more on the on-grid side. So we know there has been talks about renewable energy, how we integrate that, but also renewable energy comes with its own challenges. It comes with intermittency challenges, it comes with finance challenges, etc. I will start with VRA, and then my question will be, how can we address the challenges of grid integration, intermittency, and cost competitiveness of renewable energy?
So, intermittency is an issue, and for renewable, it's always going to be an issue, because the grid today has been designed on a particular philosophy. That philosophy is having plants that you can call at any time to meet the demand. Now, with most renewable, so I think one of the speakers talked about the fact that hydro is renewable, which it is. For most renewables, like wind and solar, you are unable to store the resource. But if you have other renewables, such as biomass, you are able to store the resource, and therefore you can generate as and when you need it. Now, the main challenge with electricity is that storing electricity today is possible, but it's quite expensive. So the basic thing is, how do you balance the two? And that is done through a number of ways. Technically, when you have a low level of integration, like the one we have in Ghana, intermittency is not really an issue. It could be a local issue in terms of where you're connected in the grid, and there could be some bottlenecks, and therefore it could be an issue.
But until you've gotten to the very high percentages, maybe beyond 10, 50, intermittency on the national scale is not that much of an issue. However, for the grid operators, it is something they also have to manage because they are trying to match the two. And so you first start by using different tools in terms of your planning. You will also have to look at including forecast from yourself and from the operators, so that because in the past you didn't have to forecast the generation. What you had to do was know that this plant is available, and once it's available, you know the capacity you can get from it. But from renewable, the plant could be available, but what you get from it on a minute by minute, hour by hour basis changes. So now in terms of your planning, it's like you need a forecast so that you can do it on a lower scale, on a smaller time scale, to be able to match the demand with the supply. Beyond that, so once you've done the two, then you're able to use your other resources, whether hydro or thermal. You can bring them up or bring them down to ensure that you have a stable supply. But as I said, once your integration gets beyond a particular level, then that alone may be challenging, and then you would have to think about storage. One advantage we have in Ghana is technically we have one of the biggest storages you can get anywhere. The Akosombo Dam is a high-head dam, and so basically you have a lot of storage in there that you could use. It means that you would have to change the way you operate. Currently, Akosombo operates both as a base load and as a peaking load. If you want to use it also as a battery, then you've got to think about the way you operate. And there are other implications that come with it, because apart from being operated as a base load and as a peaking load, it also is used as a primary reserve. That's like plants you bring in case you have sudden changes on the grid, and also to supply a lot of the reactive power. And so if you don't consider those other things and then you straight away use it, then you could have some instability in the system. But all that requires is for us to change the way we plan and the way we do it. So at a low level, it's not an issue, but once we get beyond maybe 10%, 15%, then it is a critical issue that we have to look at for the grid itself to be reliable.
You answer the same question, but maybe you can throw some more light on this. Speaking of how renewable is intermittent in nature, does that mean that new plants have to be hybridized with some type of power that gives a base load, or as Ebenezer is saying, can we still use Akosombo as a base load to integrate some of these renewable energies?
Yes, definitely we need to find a way around the intermittencies. Otherwise, if you have a solar plant, for example, it's even with the grid operator, it's difficult for he to allow you to continue transmitting from your area if you are not able to take care of intermittencies. So that is why companies like BUI and VRA comes in quite strategically, because we have the advantage of a hydro. If, as Kojo said, if you want to use the hydro as storage, that's a different conversation that we'll have to talk about. If you also want to go into batteries as storage, that is extra cost. We are thinking about renewable energy being cheaper option. If we have storage in terms of battery, then it changes the dynamics about renewable being affordable or cheaper. But if entities like VRA and GRICO and BUI are leading the charge of renewable, and we also have this important asset of the hydro, then we can manage it. If we are going to use it as storage, then it affects our responsibility to come up as a peak or as a base provider. BUI is originally designed to be as a peak plant. If we continue to stay on that mandate, then we are unable to use it as storage. If we decide to do that, it means it compromises our readiness at that time. So we need to have another conversation around it. Kojo said that we need to do better planning about this, how we are going to position all these together, the cost implications and everything, and we'll see whether it is a good idea to even add battery or use our plants to take care of intermittency. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So it sounds like the solutions you're looking at are planning tools, finding generational forecast, and then also integration. So thank you very much for that. Now we'll come a bit lower to the lower tier on the industrial side, and a lot of industries here. So Babel, you can help us with that. Speaking of the off-grid side, what are some of the economic benefits that industries can harness when they go through the process of integrating renewable energy within the operations?
Okay, yeah. Well, that is why some industries have already gone off-grid or to a large extent off-grid. They are in control. They can produce their industry their electricity and use it the way they like and want it and when they want it, and they do not have. We have a lot of industries who have been just complaining. They have no consistent production circle. They cannot rely on the electricity, so they have to invest in a lot of backups. So the result is, let's go off-grid and let's do it ourselves and be independent, which is of course a huge investment at the beginning, but then it pays off on the long run. Yeah, but of course not every industry can do that. Some industries simply don't have the space and the roof space, but actually there's a great interest in investing in it, but we were talking about it, the net metering is not possible. So the investment also comes, what is my return of the investment? And doing the larger investment means I also have to have a constant way of selling my electricity, either to myself, I'm using it myself, or at the weekends, or in non-production times, I'm selling it to the grid or to the So that is to the.
Let's go a bit granular on that, Babel. I know at the AGI Energy Service Center, you have helped a lot of industries do this, consulting with them, advocating, etc. Can you walk us through the process a little bit of how industries typically make their decision and go through the process of acquiring renewable energy as part of the integration?
Well, I've mentioned it a bit already in my presentation. Usually the industry, what they do is, okay, they realize they have very high electricity bills, they are unhappy, and that is especially in the last 2 years it happened. What we usually do is they go for an energy audit, they will check where are my problems in my production line, but they also go to a process of data gathering. So in order to set up a proper activities in energy efficiency and renewables, you have to measure your data. You have to know exactly where do you lose your electricity, where can you save more, which production areas can be more efficient, so that, and you have to constantly measure this in order to know where you can invest at the end of the day. So the data gathering, energy audits is a part of data gathering, but the data gathering has to be continuously. So we assist the staff of the companies to implement this energy management system into the factories and to set up a process which is ongoing. So the idea is you are also not only once become energy efficient, you permanently work on your efficiency. So that is an ongoing story. It's a never-ending story. Yeah? And so from there you go, then you can save money. So if you don't have the money that is at hand, but most of the companies have some money at hand, so they will then also think about where can they invest a bit more to enhance their savings. So I think it's a matter of you are at the end of the day you are saving a lot of money. It's a long-term perspective where I said. Change or the ability to plan beyond maybe let's say 5, 4, 6 years has to be there at least at the willingness. I see also, of course, the problematic situation here in Ghana. A lot of companies also will tell you, no, I can't even think about taking a loan beyond 4 years because I don't even know what is happening in 4 years. Yeah. So how can I even invest in something which is beyond? Right. And I don't know how the development of the Ghana Ghana cities will develop and so on. So there is a problem. So we are looking for shorter periods. And if I've seen also, we've seen it several times that companies are also ready to take even their own money and without taking a loan, without taking a risk of a bank loan, take their own money into their hands.
But let me ask you to hold a thought of investment right there. We'll come back to that. But just so we can stay on the high level on how the integration everything works. Now, and I'll come back to our power big boys, VRE and BUI. Having energy access of 88%, it doesn't seem like it's economically viable for industries to be totally off-grid because you have access to power coming from the grid. So most often than not, what we've seen is that industries, for instance, when they choose solar energy, the solar energy is typically integrated with the grid to become some type of a on-grid solution. What role does the power sector play in there in providing that stability for them? In my earlier submission, I mentioned that we've spoken about energy access, but there's also the conversation of energy security and energy reliability. So what role does the power sector play in making sure that there's a whole encompassing framework for renewable energy to be seamlessly integrated in the private sector?
So basically, as the power sector, we are supposed to be providing power. One thing renewables have brought is democratization of power. So basically, even though we are power generators, we would want to generate and supply all your needs. Currently, because solar systems are quite modular, it's easy for any industry or any household to decide they would generate some of their power at home. So that is something that has come to stay, whether we like it or not. Now, though people would like to go off-grid, as you said, there are two challenges with going off-grid. One, cost, and the second is reliability. Today, if you look at the cost of renewable, for example, for somebody in the commercial sector, probably doing some renewable and tying in makes sense. Once you want to go off-grid totally, then you have to bring in storage. Currently, the cost of storage is very high. And so that throws out everything. So normally those who today would go in for storage are going in not because of cost, but maybe they have some certain critical reliability needs, and that is why they are going in for storage. However, we believe that the most economic way for individuals and as a country for us to develop the power generation and power supply is for...
Yeah, so that also relates to the feeding into the grid or net metering. So I think it all comes, as I showed, there are so many players involved. They have to work together, and they can't leave one standing alone on back. So it's also the suppliers who are also, they have the customers, and they have to serve the customers as the customer.
But let's do this. Let's stay on the subject of industry. So we know that today, if industries want to procure renewable energy, there are a few models which are available. We know that they can outright purchase it, whether through their own balance sheet or they are, getting the financing from a bank. Or they can employ third-party financiers in the form of a lease-to-own, which is basically an amortization over the period, or a power purchase agreement. However, the adoption has still been low. So then my question to you, and then maybe you can hear the question answer for me. How can we incentivize industries to invest in renewable energy, whether it is their own balance sheet or contracting third-party financiers to have an obligation of paying for the period of time? How can we truly incentivize these industries to do that?
Well, I think the incentives were simply not available. As we're aware, the power purchase agreement is just that this ban was lifted just recently. So there were a lot of companies already available to invest in power purchase, in investors who say, okay, we are giving you, we're putting our installation on your rooftop and you don't have to pay. It is just a very, very recent development that industry can go into that type of investment, or not even an investment. PPAs are not investment. There's somebody is investing and earning the money, and it's sometimes a better deal than getting the electricity from the grid. And the advantage is the power producer, the captive power plant will have the pressure to produce the energy you purchase. So they always have to keep up to the agreement you signed with them. So it is actually a real interesting way now, which is a new opening. The lease to own is something which is very interesting. We have been looking. There are lots of loans available here, but they're not taken by the industry, and the only explanation I have is just because it's all linked to the dollar. So what I think, how you can make the industry invest more is setting up a fund here. And it is even part of the renewable energy master plan to set up a renewable energy fund.
In cities?
In cities, yes. And I believe now, for example, the carbon tax which is coming up, why not taking some of the money from the carbon tax, paid from all the industries, paid from all the motorbike riders, all the car owners, everybody will have to pay. So on a yearly basis, or minimum at a yearly basis. So let's take some of the money out and give it and make it available for investments in renewables. I think this is a real easy way, and there's no investment necessary. So I think this is already a solution which is there, which is in the master plan. It just have to be picked up and carried out.
Thank you for that response. I know the audience have a lot of questions, but before you have your questions, please start planning your questions for our panelists. There'll be one last question for all the panelists to answer, and this is more of a visionary type of question. And your audience are curious to know, how do you envision Ghana achieving a balance between affordability, reliability, and sustainability? This was the first thought-provoking question that I put out there before we started our panel discussion. So how do you envision Ghana achieving that? I'm not going to go in any particular order. If you're ready for the response, please, you can start to speak.
That's quite hard, but I think that it should start from the top. Issues around affordability, sustainability, all comes within how we're able to plan our power systems very well to adapt to the changing trends. Now, when you, as I mentioned in the beginning, when you see a problem or a challenge that is rearing its head, you need to plan ahead of time to meet those challenges, right? So when in somewhere in 2017, 2016, we saw the issue of excess capacity going to be a challenge, then planning could have solved that to see how we can plan and then offtake that excess capacity. So how we address that with effective supply planning is very important. Now, again, how we're able to also take advantage of new technologies that are emerging as far as clean energy and new innovations in R&D are concerned is also important. In fact, we have seen new technologies that are going beyond, even in the design of batteries, people are going beyond the lithium-ion batteries to consider sodium-ion batteries, which when there's a breakthrough can be another game changer in battery technologies, even in terms of cost reduction. So when we are able to create such innovative technologies to see how it can be beneficial to us, we can look at that balance. And then again, I think for industry, the PLC is now trying to consider that inversion of the tariff where there is more incentive towards productive use of electricity, where industry would be paying less than residential. It should get to a point where we should consider very, very innovative tariff regimes that allows to incentivize people for using tariffs, for using electricity to do a lot of productive things, a lot of industrialized capacities. And lastly, I think that the power sector conversation, again, cannot be left within a silo. It is a finance conversation, it's a technology conversation, it is a labor conversation, it's a social issue. So if we have all other sectors coming in to solve this issue, where we have the finance coming in to provide the solution, where we have technology coming in to provide a solution, where we have that kind of integrated, intersectoral brains coming in to provide those solutions, you realize that we are going to generate solutions that's going to solve some of these challenges that we see, and then provide the kind of balance that we expect to have.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Next person. Please try to keep your submission within 2 minutes so we can give our valuable audience the time to ask questions.
So, thinking about getting energy affordable, it has a direct relationship with how much it costs to produce the power. Currently, the cost of funds, it's an issue for like a generator. Like we need to find the funds to undertake projects, and it's not a secret that we do not get regular payments from our biggest distributor, ECG. So where are we going to find the funds to undertake projects? We have to go to the markets, and it's not easy and it's expensive. Also, Ghana as a nation, when we have a partner who wants to collaborate with us to initiate a project, and the person says that the project is happening in Ghana, the dynamics are different, because Ghana is dealing with some domestic debt issues, and so cost of funding becomes an issue. If we pay more to undertake a power project, it will definitely trickle down. So cost of funds is an issue. One of the ways we could solve this if we had reliable access to some of these climate funds, but you and I know that we've not had very accessible access to some of these funds, and we can't see any of them practically showcased on the ground as coming in to reduce the cost of constructing power projects. So that's an issue. And we also need, if we want to bring down the price of power projects, local participation is very important. At the moment, most of the huge components of our projects are being sourced from outside, and with all the logistical challenges, it's definitely going to add to the cost. If we could have more local participation, and in a solar project, for example, we could have low-hanging fruits. I'm not going very far to say that we need a company in Ghana manufacturing solar panels, but we could have a company that is supplying cables, for example.
That's right.
But unfortunately, the quantum of cables that we need, and the speed and the period in which we need it, our local agencies are falling back. And because the funding arrangement we have, there's a specific time that we need to do reimbursements to our partner, and we do not have time for this kind of slips. So we may not engage a supplier, a cable supplier from Ghana. But if we had a cable supplier from Ghana, that will reduce the cost. Obviously, transmission lines,
30 seconds, please.
Transmission lines, we can have some of our local players coming in. So if we have some good local participation in our projects, that's surely going to be one way of driving down our projects and power. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ebenezer.
Yeah, so
Please,
since he's touched
2 minutes.
a lot on affordability, I'll add a little, but I'll focus more on reliability. There are two elements to ensuring reliability. For reliability, technically, you have to have the right network, you have to have your plants available, and they should be able to generate. To have the right network, you still need the funds to build the network. And so even if you have the nicest plans, but you don't have the funds to build the network, to expand the network, to strengthen the network, you're going to have challenges from the network. But beyond the network, you also need generation adequacy. You should have enough power plants, But remember that not all our power plants are renewable. Not all of them are solar. Not all of them are wind. Not all of them are hydro. Some are thermal. So if you have a thermal power plant and it's time to generate and you don't have fuel or you can't afford fuel, that becomes also a challenge. And so having capacity is one thing. Having the plant being able to generate is another. And so the point you talked about,
30 seconds.
Yeah, having the funds coming through on a constant basis is very important. Then in terms of getting the plants and the investments at a lower cost, as has been indicated, cost of financing is very important. So if we're able to access low-cost financing, it will help. Beyond that, local content and local participation would help. If things go in cities, obviously certain impacts will not impact us. So that is something we have to look at.
Thank you very much. But Bill, I think for the purposes of our audience, you agree to do either 30 seconds or we can skip you on the session for now. So please, your choice.
I said it already before, so I make it very short. I think a proper mix in energy, give people the chance to feed into the grid, open them up the market. Don't protect not everybody should protect its own sphere, and especially with energy supply. So open it up, get a proper mix, and I think these things can move. And you will find a lot of investors from the private sector, also Ghanaian investors who will be ready to invest in the market if they have a chance. If they can put up large solar plants, there's a lot of potential here from the industries who will be ready to invest, I'm quite sure. But keeping them short, not allowing them, I think that's not the way forward.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kafri, since you are policing us, are we going straight into Q&A?
We have only 4 minutes to a hard stop. So this is what's going to happen. We're going to take only one round of questions. You have to ambush a panelist during lunch because it's a hard stop at 1:50. It's now 1:46 and counting. So we're going to take only 3 questions.
Quick housekeeping to the
2,
questions.
3, and we're done.
Quick housekeeping to the questions. Please make sure it's questions, not contributions.
Here you
have a preamble, keep it very short.
Yes, question regarding energy transition. The key thing here is we keep talking about what our electrification, 88%, making us more or less one of the best in Africa. But then we are going into a world of energy transition, EV, mobility, etc. This is a question to the panel. Please, how do you think we as a nation should be channeling our resources and technology in the energy space? Renewables, smart grid, storage. Where should that energy be going into?
2 more questions. 1 lady, 1 gentleman. Where's the lady? Where's the lady? Mr. Gentleman, I've taken 1 from here. I'll take 1 from here. You're going to be my enemies now, but I'm sorry. We're out of time.
Good afternoon to the panelists. Unfortunately, with the way the time is going, I'm forced to just keep my question. I had a lot, but yes, so I'll keep it so. But the first one I want to say is to actually, okay, it's English, so maybe I'll just go on. I don't know if everybody is defending their area in terms of energy. I am in the mine. We take so much power, so we are comfortable with grid, VR, all of them. However, we are all aware that we need to have some amount of energy mix even within our own plant. So if I see the sign as if the VRA is not showing interest in the net metering, then I'll have a problem. So my question is, Gridco, will you ever support the net metering so that those of us who are paying can be okay?
Gridco and That's one. That's two. I want somebody from here. You don't get time. Well, time no day. I beg. You have to catch them during lunch and then ask them your question. Are you the one? I wanted a woman. Oh. Where's the woman? No woman. I wanted a woman for gender sensitivity. I can't. One.
Okay. My question is, I have a lot of questions, but since it is very short, so my question is just one. I saw regarding the energy mix. It seems like our focus is more on integrating renewable energy into our energy mix. It seems like our focus is, or our regulatory framework is more on technology enhancement than looking at barriers that are limiting to financing, because energy projects are more of capital intensive, and it's like there are no incentives to financial institutions in financing sustainability or impact investments such as renewable energy projects. So my question is, are they things that we do not know, or are there other risks that we do not know that are preventing financial institutions from participating or showing interest in financing renewable energy projects?
Fantastic. Thank you so much for. So the panelists, your responses will also be your closing remarks because we're out of time now. So over to the moderator. We're done.
Yeah, I'll first like to take the question from my brother. I think VRA supports net metering. We don't have anything up against it. I was talking about the challenges and the issues that need to be dealt with. But in your case, you don't need net metering. If you want generation on site, we are available to provide it. And we've had a discussion with AG AngloGold before. It just didn't come back. So we are available, we can provide it. We're looking in the future at providing microgrids for our large customers. So that discussion, once you're ready, you come. Madam is here, and you get a solution. To the question on where should we put our money first, I would say in the short term, thermal and renewable. In the long term, nuclear and renewable. And that's on that. The question on my small take on that, whether financial institutions don't want to finance. There are financial institutions, they do want to finance. I think the local financial institutions have a challenge. So Madam talked about the challenge of the smaller players. For the larger players, we don't want 4 years finance. It doesn't make sense. We can't finance any project and give you power which you can buy. So we need long-term financing, and we need the interest to be lower. And that is a challenge in Ghana. For those coming from outside, they might have other challenges. Okay, what's the reliability of your off-taker and all those things. So those are things we all have to work around and get solutions to. So that's my comment.
Okay, so maybe let me just add something on the financing. Obviously, a financial institution will be concerned if your off-taker is ECG, because they've heard about ECG and how unreliable their payments are. And if you tell the financial institution that the means of reimbursing them is through your sales to ECG, then they will be concerned. And so these are genuine concerns. And even if we have to source funds locally, the local banks also have a challenge as to how much one entity can take on. So they need to get a number of banks together to be able to finance one project. And that is not too easy because different banks have different policies, and for them to come together to as a unit to fund a project sometimes becomes a challenge. So some of these are very, very key challenges that financial institutions have in supporting projects, solar or power projects in general.
Mabel, quickly, please.
Well, also from my experience, we have been talking, there are these larger energy funds, like there was one SunRef, which was dispersed by Carl Bank, for example, for some years. And it was even after 3 years, they have only gotten, I don't know, 1 million euros they were able to give to one entity. The other 20 million euros, they could not be spent on loans for renewable energy. And the reason was there, of course, they're taking the same interest rate, they're telling you it's the same risk, they're telling you we're giving the loan out, the loans out, but then after 5 years, the businesses will die off and they will not see their money again. It's always the same old stories. It's not only in Ghana. You hear it all over in many countries that the risk is quite high. Businesses are not able to pay back because the interest rates are too high and the depreciation of the local currencies is too high in order to purchase the foreign currency to pay back the loan. So that's why I'm always insisting on local loans, on local institutions which are giving larger loans. But of course, I see it also in larger investments. There's a problem. Yeah.
Charles.
So, lastly, on the issue around, maybe I'll just take a swipe at the issue of which one to focus on. I think also focusing on R&D is important. How we can develop very, very good solutions, homegrown solutions to ensure that we are able to meet some of the needs as far as the transition is concerned. And also on the financing bits, for a company, developing the required bankable projects or financial proposal is also key. Focusing on some of the cost-saving potential. How are you able to do your energy audits to ensure that, okay, if I install this amount, this capacity of solar or renewables, I'm able to save this amount to justify the financing is another important thing. The education has not likely really focused on the cost-saving potential and how that cost-saving potential can be used for it to be like an additional revenue for you. If we're able to educate for people to begin to think through that, I think the banks could also begin to look at how they can provide the support. And lastly, the ability for us to also source financing. The financing is around, climate financing exists, but the capacity to source those funds is also a difficult thing. How to build or create proposals to get those funding has become a very huge challenge, even for governments, let alone commercial banks. So those key capacity building initiatives could be enhanced to ensure that there's a lot of financing in addition to everything that has been mentioned here. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you hear what I hear, then it sounds like there is a true potential for collaboration to help Ghana achieve our renewable energy target. Please give a round of applause to our panelists. My name is Kweku Osei Sapon. I am Managing Director for Rife Energy Ghana Limited. We are a distributed energy company focused on renewables for industries and commercial organizations. It has been a pleasure to be the lead in this conversation, and I look forward to success stories next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and they will all rise with Kweku to take a memorable photograph. So Kweku and Ebenezer and Babel and Charles and Kujo. Yes, all of them. All smiling. Yeah, step forward like Miss Malika contestants. Yes, yeah. And while they take the photos, I'll just remind you that we have the Entrepreneurship Pitch Competition, EPC, happening right after lunch. Food security has gone digital, ladies and gentlemen. Our theme for this year's competition is Digital Solutions for Food Security. And we have 5 teams who will be contesting for the prize. And it promises to be as exciting as it was last year. GIZ is our premium partner for the Entrepreneurship Pitch Competition. Come and see what the young people are doing with their talents and try to solve problems using the technology that is available. Digital Solutions for Food Security is the Entrepreneurship Pitch Competition that is happening right after this. This is the longest picture in history. They are still here? Hey, come on, man. Oh, it's a movie. All right, let's applaud them. So there's a food security theme to our entrepreneurship pitch competition happening after lunch. Right now, I'm sure you are more interested in your personal food security. And so we have lunch for you. For all of you who work at VRA, step outside of this room towards the right. Right down there, you will get your food. Then you can join all of us non-VRA people upstairs to have our lunch. That is how we are guaranteeing your food security this afternoon. VRA, step outside, right all the way to the end. You will be met with your food and your food security will be assured. The rest of us will climb upstairs with the little energy we have left. It will be replenished with enough food in 20 minutes for the entrepreneurial chair at the 2024 AGI Ghana Industrial Summit and Exhibition. It's the Wache. The Wache can get you all mixed up. So somebody also probably had too much Wache and forgot their earpods. So we have some found AirPods missing owner. So come with your Ghana card. So just to tease you, and this is for the contestants, these are the prizes that are up for stake today. 4th and 5th, it's $1,000, Agile Project Management online course, trainings, and third position, $4,000, €2,000 worth of equipment grants, and Agile Project Management online course and some trainings. Second position, $6,000, €4,000 worth of equipment grant, Agile Project Management and online course, trainings and mentorship. First position, $10,000. You still get your equipment, €6,000. You still get your Agile Project Management online course and trainings and mentorship. And the providers of all these great stuff, McGill University MasterCard, Foundation Collaborative, GIZ Investment for Jobs, and then McGill University doing great stuff. Let's put our hands together for all our supporters as we welcome you to the Entrepreneurship Pitch Competition. Our theme is Digital Solutions for Food Security. And at this point, I'd like to welcome from the Association of Ghana Industries, a really hardworking, tireless man who has been running up and down, sleepless nights, I'm sure, making sure that this becomes a success. Johnson Opoku Boateng is going to formally welcome you to the Entrepreneurship Pitch Competition. Here he comes.
Well, hello. I want to feel the energy. Hello. Great. I'm happy to be here. And the fact that you are here makes today a great day. So, good afternoon to all gathered here, and also to those viewing this event virtually. Special mention to our EPC partners, GIZ, and the McGill MasterCard Foundation program. It is with pride that I welcome you all to the 5th edition of the Entrepreneurship Pitch Contest, EPC. This event is now becoming one that people look out for annually, and this is indeed humbling to say the least. Over the past years, winners and finalists of the EPC have received varied support to scale up their innovations and access new technologies. Admittedly, a few of these support have not generated the desired outcome, but that is to be expected as startup business growth has always been tricky. We are not derailed by these setbacks. Instead, we have picked some lessons along the way, and this has informed a program that has been designed in collaboration with partners, McGill University and 8 tertiary institutions in Ghana. This program, coined as a Carbon Collaborative, is expected to kickstart before this year ends and continue for the next 10 years. I'm excited because through this collaborative, the AGI can initiate some far-reaching interventions targeting hundreds of mostly youth and women-led enterprises for business expansion. The EPC is thus not an end, but a pathway to benefiting from these impactful support. This opportunity is open to past finalists as well. Now back to the theme for this year's EPC, Digital Solutions for Food Security. The trends in the business in moving towards the use of modern tools and practices enabled by technology to solve daily challenges. As industry, we cannot afford to be left out if we want to compete and not tossed over by external competition. This makes the selection of this year's theme very relevant and responsive to present-day challenges. Ghana's agricultural yields has experienced consistent decline in recent times with resultant hikes in food prices. Currently, food inflation sits at 20.9%, often characterized with potent environmental challenges such as deforestation, sand winning, and now irresponsible mining, termed as galamsey. These challenges present opportunities for doing things differently in order to offset the challenges listed above and more. I will be looking forward to how the solutions to the pitch today offer a pathway to attaining food sufficiency and prosperity for the households that depend on agricultural yields for their livelihoods. The AGI operates with the notion that when people thrive, business thrives. Hence, the sustainability of solutions being pitched today will be evaluated holistically. Hence, from the environmental, economic, and social sustainability perspectives by our esteemed judges. At this juncture, let me express our warmest appreciation to our long-standing partners, McGill University and GIZ, for the support afforded to finalists of this year's EPC. The support includes equipment support, cash for business expansion, and other technical assistance. It is my hope the finalists will value the import of this support. I always use the analogy that a door has been opened, and it's our responsibility to open the gate wider for other entrepreneurs through your actions, so they also stand the chance to benefit beyond you into the future. Our actions and inactions should not lead to closing the door for other entrepreneurs in the future, as some unfortunately have been on record to have done. Money can be a bad servant, especially to enterprises in the building stage. Often, the entrance of money leads to power play, unnecessary bickering. Among others, we tend to be a distraction from the main business objective. Finalists should look beyond this price, the endless opportunities and rewards, so they pursue them with a sense of unity and focus. At this stage, I can just wish for a competitive yet thought-stimulating competition that will herald new and improved solutions. I am confident in the competence of our panel of judges to lead this process. All the best to our finalists as I join the audience to witness an exciting contest. And on this note, also to acknowledge my boss, the CEO of AGI, Mr. Sechuma Kwabwa, who has been behind us all these years, and he will be talking to you at the end of the contest. Thank you all, and God bless you.
The man has the best initials any hard-working person can have. Johnson Opoku Boateng, J-O-B, job. You did a job top. Put your hands together for him. We have remarks from our premium partners. GIZ will speak for a few minutes, and then we'll also have McGill University also speak to us. So first of all, GIZ. And we have, let's applaud GIZ.
Thank you very much, everybody. Oh, you're not here yet. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, one more time. Good afternoon, everybody. Now I know you are here. I like the way Johnson started, and it looks like all of a sudden your energy has gone down. Anyway, so my name is Eunice Ejewai Japong. I work with GIZ Ghana, specifically with a program called the Special Initiative. And we are very happy to be here. So greetings from GIZ to all of us. And as I mentioned earlier, we're very excited to be part again of this year's pitch contest, not just the contest, but I would say of the summit. And first of all, a big thank you to the AGI for this big event. I must say, having to organize such big events is no mean feat. So a big thank you and a big congratulations to the AGI for another wonderful one. And we are climaxing it with the pitch contest today. So I'm actually here together with other colleagues from other programs within GIZ, with Lydia and Winnie. Maybe they can just give a wave. Thank you. So GIZ is mainly commissioned by the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development to implement various development projects. We actually operate in three main clusters: energy, governance, and sustainable economic development. And for those of us represented here, we are coming from the sustainable economic development cluster. And the beautiful thing about our work is that we partner with various agencies, both state and non-state, and we are very happy to partner with AGI on this. AGI has actually been a long-standing partner of GIZ, and we are happy to do this here again. As has been mentioned by Johnson, the theme to us is very timely in the sense that we're looking at food security, we are looking at digitalization. And the statistics, if we are all following, is quite alarming. If you follow the statistics, you realize that the periods where we used to have food gluts, now we are not having anymore. So it should tell us that there's actually a wake-up call. And digitalization is really, really critical. I believe COVID has actually taught us this. And so in this era of globalization, if you don't digitalize, we leave you behind. So it's really important we do so. And so having said this, it's then very important for us to rethink through new methods by which we can actually try to solve this issue on food insecurity. And so I believe that the ideas and the businesses that we'll be hearing today would help us in achieving that. Now, this very much aligns with GIZ and then our commissioning partners' aim of actually addressing some of these goals, and particularly on what we call just transition, where we are looking at going green and then cooperating that with the use of technology. And so this is really important for us. Now, last year we were here to actually support the three finalists, and this year we're here again. With the finalists that we supported from last year, we've seen some great impacts, and so it gives us room for us to support again. And as Johnson has mentioned, it's going to be a total grant for the purchase of key equipment for the first three finalists to the tune of about 12,000 euros for the first three winners. And we are very happy to do this. For us, what are we looking for? So in terms of expectations, the belief is that through this we would get to understand those brilliant ideas that would help to change the narrative when it comes to food security. But again, we're expecting that these businesses out of these support, together with what the other partners are also providing, would actually help in expanding these businesses. We will see that in their growth. We will see that translate into decent new jobs. And let me mention that for us, it's not just about jobs. I was actually telling our people here that it's about the decency of the jobs. And so would also be expecting that from you. I believe I'm beginning to give you clues as to what you should tell me. Anyway. And then that also translating into the improvement of working conditions of people you already have employed in there. And obviously tying it into the bigger theme for this summit, looking at improving the value chain. So on this note, we're looking forward to a very insightful but as well as exciting contest. And trust me, it will be very exciting. I was here last year. So don't get up, just be here. I wish all of our contestants the best, and you're already champions in your own ways. We wish you the best, and we're looking forward to all the success stories we'll be telling after this contest. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. That was a message from GIZ, and now we have a message from McGill University. It's a video message.
Hello, my name is Carola Weil, and I'm Dean of Continuing Studies at McGill University in Montreal, Canada. I so wish that I could have joined you in person, but unfortunately that was not possible. But we are all here in spirit with you in Accra. McGill University is proud to be a partner in the Entrepreneurship Pitch Competition, and I'm delighted to join you today virtually to congratulate the 5 finalists on their creative ideas in support of food security in Ghana, as well as all of the other participants. I wish you all the best of luck to the winner, the runners-up, and every single one of you. Your project ideas are key to the future of nutrition and prosperity in Ghana and elsewhere around the world. At McGill University, we have a long-standing commitment and close ties with the African continent. Nearly 300 African students and many more of African origin study at McGill. And we have many faculty and projects addressing important questions across the continent, including in areas of public health, socioeconomic development, business management, and in agriculture and nutrition, among others. At the School of Continuing Studies, we have been working with partners across Africa to support democratic governance through parliamentary governance and parliamentary management, as well as programs in women's leadership and empowerment. So this year's competition theme is very timely and resonates strongly with McGill University. Through our partnership with universities and other organizations in Ghana, McGill University has been building on its own research record to support a sustainable agriculture and nutrition ecosystem in Ghana. McGill University and other partners are committed to achieving sustainable development, including promoting innovative approaches to entrepreneurship. Working collaboratively with AGI and others, McGill University is committed to empowering young people in Africa to drive the transformation of a more nutritious, sustainable, and prosperous agri-food system. We hope that as a result, a greater number of Africans will obtain fulfilling work in this space, thanks to novel experiential training programs, access to high-quality education, and support for young African entrepreneurs like yourselves. So I congratulate you on your innovative project ideas that are a great example of this kind of vision. We are happy to offer the winner and the runner-up an opportunity to take the McGill Agile Project Management course as our guest. This course provides a comprehensive and interactive online learning experience to help you discover and apply agile concepts, principles, practices, and techniques in project management, which hopefully will come in handy in your future entrepreneurial endeavors. But now we celebrate you and your accomplishments, and I congratulate you and wish you much luck. Thank you very much.
SME grant schemes, access to both local and international markets, and the promotion of resource efficiency and green as well as environmentally sustainable practices across various sectors, including tourism and hospitality, agricultural and agro-processing and manufacturing sectors. In total, our judge possesses close to 15 years of corporate experience in SME development and advisory, in investment banking and fund management, project management, financial management, business consulting, and research. Our judge holds a Master's of Science degree in Finance from the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow, UK, and a Bachelor of Science degree in Banking and Finance from the University of Ghana. Technical Advisor, Invest for Jobs, GIZ Ghana. Judge 1 is Eunice Ejowa Ajapong. Judge 2 is a dedicated doctoral candidate at the Department of Food Process Engineering, University of Ghana, Legon, where current research focuses on advancing sustainable diets. With a strong food safety and quality management foundation, our judge has previously collaborated with various food industries, gaining practical Your studies have been marked by outstanding academic achievement and a deep passion for pushing the boundaries of knowledge in food science. Our judge holds a bachelor's degree in nutrition and food science and a master of philosophy in food process engineering from the University of Ghana. Driven to bridge the gap between industry and academia, our judge aspires to make impactful contributions to both fields. Beyond academic pursuits, our judge is passionate about empowering young women in the community and fostering growth and development for the next generation of leaders. In the free time, Judge 2 enjoys traveling, reading, listening to music, drawing, watching movies, and engaging in athletics, balancing professional life with love for creative and physical activities. Judge 2 is Letitia Donko. Judge number 3 is Director, Office of the Deputy Chief Executive, Engineering and Operations at Volta River Authority. Prior to this current role, our judge was Director, Investments at VRA and oversaw a portfolio of assets in the agribusiness, hospitality, marine transport, real estate, property development, education, healthcare, and power sectors at the authority. Our judge has extensive experience in engineering, corporate finance, private equity, capital raising, business development, and entrepreneurship. Our judge has originated, negotiated, and executed corporate and structured finance transactions of blue chip, middle, and frontier market companies. Judge has worked at Chevron Corporation, BHP Billiton Petroleum, Hawaii, Koch Capital Services. Which is right in the middle of the room. You can't see it, but the contestants can, and our people who are controlling the buzzer can also. 5 minutes is the time you have. At 4 minutes, you hear this sound. Sounds like it shouldn't be that loud, otherwise you can frighten them. I beg, lower the. Now it's a good time to test it now. I can imagine myself doing a pitch and I hear boing. I say, it's not a Chinese movie. Bring it down small, Shaolin tempo. I beg, lower the volume small. I beg you, because it will be quiet. This is friendly. Is that a friendly bell? The first one was too much, eh? Yeah, go over you. But the 5 minutes one must be loud. Because it's a hard stop. We're not going to give any jara now. We're not buying guache and asking for extra talia. Okay? So what is the 5 minutes? When they finish the 5 minutes, let's hear it. The same. That one is great. It's like an alarm in the morning. All right. Good. So we have the volumes. Okay? So basically that's it. Them as I see them. So so no encomiums. Go straight to the point, deliver your pitch, sit down. Okay? Wishing you the best. All right? Okay, so the first contestant, do I read something about them or we just come, do you want to read a little bit about them? Briefly. Okay, so contestant number 1 in this year's entrepreneurship pitch competition. So they are doing newly engineered wood from coconut husk and sugarcane bagasse. This company believes that there is a better way of making building materials, and they are focusing their energy on completely rethinking and redesigning how the new generation of building materials is made. They are developing sustainably sourced, newly engineered wood made from coconut husk and sugarcane bagasse, supplying the global market with a formaldehyde-free, bio-based wood alternative that's better for people and the planet. Let's welcome contestant number 1, Ecovon. Yes, sir. Yeah. So come in the middle. Yeah. Oh, you need a pointer. Let's give him a pointer, please. So this is your pointer. and you point over there. Please show us where he should point. Over there. Test it and see. Go back. Yes. Where's the back? This is the back. Oh. Yeah. Are you done? You're good? All right. So, Ecovon contestant number 1, EPC 2024. Your time starts now.
Hello. Good afternoon. Panel of judges, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observe. So my name is Foster Osekofi, and I'm the co-founder for Ecovon Limited. So I believe we all consume coconut, but what do we do with the waste after its consumption? In Ghana, we produce nearly 60,000 tons of coconut waste every year. But out of that, less than 8% of them is being used for secondary purposes. So the remaining ones, what do we do with them? Your guess is as good as mine. So let me link this to a saying which goes like, when the last tree dies, the last man also dies. Deforestation, which has been a bane in our society and also in our environment, with closely 4 million hectares of forests being depleted every year. And these trees has become a necessary evil because they are being cut down to produce panel boards, which are used for furniture, building and construction purposes. But at Ecovon, we believe there's a better way to do it without causing climate change issues and then affecting harvest of farmers. So we are using one stone to kill two birds by using coconut husk fibers to produce panel boards, which can be used for building and construction purposes. The panel board market size is as huge as the ocean, with a value of $46 billion, and then likely to grow at a compound growth rate to $58 billion. And in Ghana, at $20 million, we are seeking to capture 40% of the Ghanaian market share. Just like any other business, we also make money. And we make money through the sales of our boards, which is $15 at an average price on the global market. And we make a profit of a margin of 60%, supplying B2B, B2C, and B2G. So, we are doing this with a solid and a super team of 4 key members who have 20 years of total experience in sales and marketing, business administration, finance, and engineering. So far, we've sold to 50 users globally, making a revenue of $15,000 and we currently have a letter of intent from 4 businesses to supply 20,000 boards, which will help us to make a revenue of $50,000 in the next 6 months. So in our scalability and our growth, we are looking at making a revenue of $1 million, selling close to 100,000 boards in the next 12 months. We are asking for $16,000, but at Ecovon, we are open to collaborations and networks. But for the sake of this competition, we need this machine of $8,000 and then also 20% will be used for R&D, 20% for marketing, as well as expansion of our team and the production space for scalability. So at Ecovon, we are doing this by creating 50 direct to indirect and decent jobs, as well as mitigating climate change, reducing carbon emissions with 2.5 million carbon dioxide by the next 2 years. And at Ecovon, we say we are adding value to agricultural waste. At Ecovon, we say the green way to build. Thank you.
Your presentation was full of numbers. Let's get to the real heart of it.
All right.
Coconuts. You mentioned first year is $50,000. How many coconuts are you getting per month?
Okay.
How does that project to that $50,000 in revenue? And then you give me a sense of what that would be per year. That's just revenue. Similarly, come down to profitability.
Okay.
Okay, so the coconuts, and then how you get to your numbers.
All right, please. So thank you very much. So basically, we use 20 bags of coconut to produce 2,000 balls. That's 4 by 8 feet with 0.5 inch board. So this will help us because we have a profit margin of 60% to be able to generate the revenue of 50,000 US dollars, and then also $1 million US dollars by the next 5 years.
So I think it was a great presentation,
Right.
but I have a question as well.
Okay.
You mentioned sourcing the coconuts. How do you ensure consistency, considering you have a market, you are looking at exporting your products out there, and in Europe, they are looking at standards. How do you ensure consistency, and how are you going to source all your raw materials to ensure that you meet the demand that you actually mentioned?
All right, thank you. So currently, 60% of our raw materials are being sourced from the vendors. So we have created a synergy with them, whereby we supply them with the sacks, so that at least they will be providing us with the raw materials, as well as 20% also from B2B businesses, because there are some businesses that use the shell to make, for instance, charcoal briquette, but we rely only on the husk. So we create that kind of partnership, so that if they use the shell, then they will give us the husk. And then also we source from B2Bs who are also into coconut oil, so that they will also give us the husk, as well as in our medium to long-term plans, we are looking at also investing into our own coconut plantations, so that we can now control the whole value chain of the coconut products, to ensure that consistently we will be having coconuts for the production.
Hello. All right. So, great presentation, nice idea. I would want to find out, so in a typical production, for let's say a sack, or in a production in a day, how many people are involved there, and how do you see that projecting, looking at the equipment and all of the analysis you just did?
Okay, so let me just take you through a snapshot of the production process. So we start by sourcing the raw materials. Then we perform what you call drying. So currently we are relying on the solar energy to perform drying, but in the commercialization stage, we are looking at using a hot air oven. So it's a machine for that, because so that in the rainy seasons, we will still be able to perform our production. Then from that, we perform what you call the husking. So the husking is what we separate the shell from the husk, so that we use the husk. Then we perform what you call milling. So we mill them into fiber particles. Then after that, we test the moisture content. And then from there, we move to the production, where we subject it to hydraulic pressing. And with our board, we do not use artificial glues, which are being used by the other panel boards, because there's a chemical property found in the coconut husk fiber called lignin. So that's the binding by itself. Once you subject it to hot pressing. So from there we from the boss, then we perform cutting of the edges, and then from there we move to packaging, then distribution. So all these channels of production create jobs for people, and then in expanding, where we are looking at creating more of the boss to meet our current and our future demands, it is going to create more jobs.
Okay, but sorry, just to so I mean, with all of this process and with the current operations that you are doing, how many people are involved in all of this?
Okay, so 6.
6 of you.
Yes, please.
Good. And one thing I think would have been good to hear is how different your boards are from all others. I mean, because there are still a lot of fiber boards around. So what makes yours so different?
Okay, so I think I iterated it earlier on. So let me just echo it. Our board, the other boards, they use glues to bind the particles together, which has been identified by the WHO as a human carcinogen, which causes cancer to its end users. But we do not rely on the glues. We rely on the lignin found in the particles to make the balls. And then secondly, the glues have been imported, and they form about 1/3 of the cost of the board. So it makes our board cost effective, while still offering durability and also health safety. Yes, please.
Yeah, question about Ecovon. How long have you been in operation? You do a projection about 5 years. How long have you been in service?
Okay.
And specifically, how many people are on your team? And then the last one is show us what your product can do.
All right, please. Thank you. So we got incorporated in July 2018, but we were still into marketing and as well as research. So we started our productions in 2021 into production of the boss, and secondly to our team. Currently, we have 10-member team, 6 permanent, and then 4 as casual, with 4 of them being females, and then also the boards are used for furniture, for space partitioning, ceilings, and then also for caskets. I mean, just on the lighter side. One consultant in Côte d'Ivoire who used our board to make casket, he told me that it has given him an edge because the board gives a cool room temperature. So, I mean, just on the latter side, no, yeah. So it has, I mean, giving him an edge in his marketing strategy. Yeah. So we use the board basically as replacing the forest-based boards. Yeah.
All right, then. Thank you so much, judges. Thank you very much. Well done, Ecovon. There was a person who sang Adaka Muyeshi, but this time with your coconut thing there, the thing will not be hot again. Eh? All right, contestant number 2 is an agri-tech startup dedicated to transforming rice farming in Ghana through innovative machinery and sustainable practices. Their main product, the multi-stage rice thresher, provides smallholder farmers with a timely, faster, and more efficient alternative to manual threshing, reducing post-harvest losses while increasing farmers' revenue. Mission is to improve the livelihoods of smallholder farmers by making post-harvest processes faster, more productive, while also promoting environmental sustainability. Let's welcome Wobil Technologies. Let's give them fame. Let's give them fame. Okay, how many microphones do you need? You need 2? Okay, all right. So, are you ready? Okay, so I'll give you my microphone. You take it. All right, so Wobble Technologies, your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Erica Ajoapia, co-founder of Wobble Technologies Limited, and I'm here to present with John our business. So at Wobble Technologies Limited, our mission is to help farmers sell all their produce without any going bad or waste. Allow me to introduce you to Mamia, a 66-year-old smallholder rice farmer with 43 years experience on a 3-acre piece of land. So her major challenge is the fact that she threshes the rice manually, which takes a lot of time, very laborious, and then she doesn't earn much after all the hard work. It is very sad to know that Mamia is not the only smallholder farmer facing such issues. A lot of smallholder rice farmers in Ghana thresh their rice manually, and the procedure is really, it takes so much time. So the rice harvested on the field is exposed to adverse weather conditions, and when they are milled, records high breakages, discolorful, and unappealing for any rice lover to buy. And as a result, all this hardware goes down the drain. So, Wobble Technologies has come in to offer a solution, and our solution is we've manufactured a multi-stage rice thresher, and we use this rice threshers to offer threshing services to smallholder rice farmers. And farmers are charged per 140 kg bag. So this is how business works. When the farmer harvests, we mount our rice thresher on a tricycle, and then we ride to the farmer's farm, and then we offer the threshing services. This is a 10-second video of how our machine works. So when we feed the harvested rice in the machine, it does the threshing, and then the final rice is collected down there. Yes, and this is the sack we use to charge the farmers. That's 140 kg bag. Yes, we do realize we are not the only business on the market offering such solution. However, what sets us apart is the fact that our machine is very fast. It threshes 900 kg to 1.2 ton per hour. It threshes all rice varieties, being wet or cold, and is made to suit the African condition. Yes, this is the value we are offering farmers like Mamia, the chance to thresh their rice 30 times faster compared to if they are threshing their rice manually, reduce their grain breakages to as low as 0.3%, and access to timely and efficient threshing services. Yes, so we started in 2021. As at now, we have serviced over 595 smallholder farmers, of which 33% are women. We've been able to create 34 direct employment and help farmers generate a revenue up to 3.6 million Ghana cedis. Yes, as at now, we generate revenue from only one source, that's the threshing services we are offering. But looking into the future, we are looking at selling our threshers and generating revenue from other sources. So this is our revenue historical data as at now. So in 2022, we generated a revenue up to 34,000, of which 31% was our profit. In 2023, 51,000, and this year we are targeting at generating 75,000. As at now, we have generated 59,000 Ghana cedis. Yes. So the rice threshing industry is quite huge, but we at Wobble Technology are targeting in the next 10 years, tapping into 243 million Ghana cedis of that market.
So whilst making a significant impact on the smallholder rice farmers, we are also contributing to the following 8 Sustainable Development Goals. And this is buttressed by the one key agenda, that's agenda no waste, go waste. So the rice waste, the metal waste, and the fuel, the emissions from the engine is converted to valuable products. So the rice waste is converted to biochar, which improves the soil facility. The rice waste part is also converted to charcoal and others into other valuable products. So we are looking at hybridizing our operation, where we will run 30% solar and 70% diesel powered, and then in 2 years, we are looking at operating in 90% solar operation and then 30% with engine.
So this is the fantastic team behind Wobble Technologies Limited. We are made up of a team of practical engineers, supply chain experts, agricultural economics experts, And these are technical advisors. They are all based on KNUST campus. So for our acts, we are requesting for $16,600, which will be apportioned into production, research and development, and administrative charges. So these are the impact we are making, and with the help of this grant, to be able to create more employment, help smallholder farmers increase their revenue, contribute to sustainable development goals, and save quality time for farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wobel. Very great idea. I want to find out, so how many rice threshers do you currently have running? Two. So it's the two that you've been using to service the over 900 farmers?
So it was one. It is this season that we are using the two. But from 2022 to 2023, we're depending on one rice thresher.
Okay. And then the 34 jobs you had already created, what are they doing? Where are they?
Yes, so we developed the thresher ourselves. So we first of all have to draw it on paper, transfer it to a 3D dimension, and then also go and practicalize it at a shop. So in developing the thresher, ideas come into place. So we pay those people that we hire on board, and when we are printing, the printing press owner also generates some revenue. When we are fabricating, we hire a lot of people on the field, some aid in conveying the metals, we hire tricycles and all that. And then on the threshing field, every thresher also employ at least 3 people on the field. And then when we are going to the farm too, the farmer also gathers some guys to support them to facilitate the threshing process, where the farmer takes that cost. So they are all direct and indirect jobs along the line. Yes, thank you.
So then in that case, how do you measure the efficiency of the thresher? And since you're also focusing mainly on solar, how do you measure the efficiency of the solar system? And do you have a backup plan?
Okay, so the funding is the main thing that will go into the solar. The solar is something we have written down. It's an idea we are now transitioning into. So we can't measure it now. We are now at the research stage. But yeah. Okay, so
yeah, so the thresher, we have our own way of measuring. When you thresh the rice manually, because you use stick to beat, you exert much pressure on the rice and it results into high breakages. But ours, you thresh over 140 kg, you look at it, there's no even grain that has been broken. So that means that it's efficient when it comes to grain breakage. Then when it comes to wet or dry stock, whenever, like in rice farms are grown in muddy areas, so whenever it is harvested and is heaped down there, it generates heat by itself and water is in. And most threshers, they are unable to thresh the stocks that are wet, especially when even rain still enter the harvested stocks. So our thresher, whether it is wet or dry, is able to thresh as fast as possible. And that's one thing the farmers love. They say in tree that, and it's something they really like. They just call us, we go there, and it is done. Also, it is made locally here by practical engineers, and it is suiting the African conditions. Thank you.
Well, question on, you had a little bit over 59,000 Ghana cedis, and your profitability was about 42%. You mentioned you are profitable, but then you need $16,000. I mean, explain that. Why do you need $16,000 if you're already profitable?
Yes, so to transition is quite very expensive. And the profits that we make, it can't even go into the research aspect of it. Hence, we need the help and then the technical assistance too.
That's it on my end.
Thank you very much.
All right, good job. We're approaching halfway in this year's entrepreneurial pitch competition. Contestant number 3 is a climate-focused food and cosmetics processing company into varieties of breakfast foods, fufu products, spices, cocoa product, cassava products, and cosmetics, and dedicated to producing quality products that meet customers' expectations and demand. With over 15 years of experience in these areas, this company has been able to impact 85 communities through training and development, and is looking forward to impacting a lot more young men and women who are willing to be coached and trained on acquiring hands-on practical training in the processing of cereals and cosmetics to meet the needs and demands of customers in Ghana and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you contestant number 3, Vinolia Wealth Enterprise. So judge's desk takeover. How many people are speaking? How many people are speaking? Is it just you? Just you. Okay, are you going to use this is the pointer. You want to test it? He will use it. Brother, test the thing. Test time. See how for that. Yeah. It's good? You know how to go forward? Back? You're good? I don't know your presentation. Tell me, is it working for you? It's working? Yeah. We can start?
One more. All right, so it's working now. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Vinolia, your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Vinolia Emaziga, the CEO of Vinolia Wealth Enterprise. Vinolia is an agri-sustainable business and agri-processing business. We are into the processing of cassava products, cereals, healthy cereals for children, and also cosmetics. Vinolia has been in existence for like 15 years ago, and we are into grains and cereals. And our problem we are solving, we all know that WHO has recorded 216 million children suffers malnourishment. And it all started when I had my son. He was malnourished. I was actually aggregating, but he was malnourished. So I decided, out of curiosity, I decided to make some of my cereals to prepare for him. So that I had varieties of cereals that I was preparing. And he liked it, and the doctors was also asking me, what are you actually feeding your child with? So I told them that I formulate these cereals for them, and my son also liked it. So then he started growing well, and that I knew I was solving a problem of health and nutrition. And also I was adding value to agricultural commodities. And the market overview, statistically, in the US, statistics says that 110.20 million in breakfast cereals market value is projected to reach 110.20 million in 2024. And we aim to capture 5% of that value by the end of the year. Our target markets, we sell to corporate organizations, students, families, and pig farmers and retailers. Our business model, B2B, B2C. Next. Our key milestones, we've participated in food innovation from CSIR, and we also we were selected to participate in Dutch Exports Academy 2024. We also had a certificate from Accra Business School, an award. Go to the next slide. Our growth strategy, we intended to roll out new products to the market. And also, in December, we intend to maximize efficiency and move on. Next slide. Our forecast for 2023, it was 934,250. And in assumption for this year, we are targeting 1.76 million Ghana cedis
as estimated 50% of that market value. Our 2 years action plan, we intended testing the product into the market in 2 years' time, and in 2026, we will be exports using the aftermarket. Our environmental impact. We know that we are a climate-focused business, so our waste, we use it for shopping bags and animal feed. And we also, okay, the next slide. And we also train young females who are seamstresses to sew these bags. So we've trained over 350 young seamstresses in sewing this bag. And we also donate some of the used bags to NGOs and also people who need it. Go back. Go again. No. The economical impact, the next one. We source our raw materials from over 450 smallholder farmers. And we also buy our packaging materials from people who source it around the country. Our competition, we are convenient, we are affordable, and we are reliable compared to our competitors. Our team, Vinolia Wealth Enterprise, 15 years in manufacturing, and also Roscal, who is my accountant. Go back. Roscal, who is my accountant, and also Philomena, who is my food research and scientist, and who is 5 years experience, and Prince, who is 3 years experience in research marketing. My ask, I'm asking for a solar dehydrator to produce high quality cassava for baking. And also, I'm requesting for instant food processing machine that I can bring out to produce instantly made cereals for children. And the other ask, $10,000. $10,000 I'm using to buy eco-friendly packaging materials and for my marketing team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Vinolia. Yes, thank you. What are you doing in the area of marketing? You mentioned you've been operating for 15 years now. So cassava flour, you wouldn't find it in the ordinary home. What are you doing about it? And second question is, you gave, 4 of your staff members, but currently how many are you in the company?
For the production, we are 6, but I have a small farm that I've employed 10 people, cassava farm.
So in all, 16 people?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm asking about your marketing strategy. I'm asking about your marketing strategy.
Yes, I've tried to indulge into the social media marketing. So I use that a lot, and also in-person marketing.
Okay. Do you think the current strategy you have would help you capture the 5% you projected?
Yes, because the demand for high-quality cassava is on a rise now.
But you also didn't specify the capacity of the high-quality cassava processor you were requesting for, if you can talk a bit about it.
The cassava, the
processor, you said you are pitching.
Yes, with that machine, I can be able to process 20 tons, dry 20 tons of cassava within 4 hours.
Well, you had some numbers on the screen and we were rushing through it. So I just wanted, you say the Ghana market is 110 million. You want to capture 5% of that market. I also saw an ask of 60,000 euros. And then ultimately the last slide was $10,000. So in simple terms, what do you need right away? And when would you be implementing that amount? And what is the payback for that amount, since you're already profitable?
Okay. Right now, in the cereal business, as I said, for kids, I've had an order for school feeding, about 3 million Ghana cedis start projects.
No, I'm going back to what I said again, and your colleague might help you. What I'm saying is, your bottom line ask was $10,000. So what do you need the $10,000 for?
I need it to purchase biodegradable packaging, which are paper degradable. And the other one is for marketing manager for the team. Someone to market my products for me. The 10,000. He said the 10,000.
Yeah.
Was it 10,000?
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you.
All right, so that's Vinolia, contestant number 3. So we are 60% through, and we have only 2 more contestants to wrap up our competition today. Can I give me that? Give me that. Okay, so here comes contestant number 4. Okay, we'll give them. So while they are removing the display items, I will bring on contestant number 4, which is at the forefront of revolutionizing the aquaculture industry through digitalization, with a commitment to innovation and sustainability to offset the huge fish deficit gap that is valued at over $200 million annually. This company offers a comprehensive solution to empower fish farmers and ensure productive results. They are combining remote water quality monitoring, real-time extension services, and a direct market access for smallholder fish farmers to optimize their operations, maximize their yield and income while securing local food systems. Ladies and gentlemen, contestant number 4, Aquamet Technologies Limited. Hello. Test it. Yeah, go forward and backwards. Is it going? You're good? You're not good yet. So that goes down. You point there. Who should you point at? Raise your hand. Point there. You they go. You know they go. Or maybe tension there inside small. Because they go. You know she say they go. They go, pa. Okay. Or maybe if I just move here, this is where you're going to be anyway, or in front of your time. Yeah, try it first. Don't talk to me. Charlie, for go. We are, okay. So this is it. This goes forward, I think. Like, and then go back. Well, you should be going forward. You shouldn't be thinking about going back, right? Yeah. All right, so go back and we start. Yeah? You're done? You're good? All righty. Okay, so Aquamet, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Franco Usu, co-founder and CEO of Aquamet Technologies. So I believe you all love our tilapia and our banku in Ghana here. About 6 out of 10 people consume fish on a daily basis. But this is a situation that is plaguing most fish farmers in Ghana. They will wake up and then most of their fishes are dead on the surface of the water. And this happened to over the 80% of smallholder farmers over 80% of the fish farmers who are all smallholder farmers. And just last year, over 16,000 metric tons of fish valued at over $34 million was lost to fish mortalities or high fish mortalities in Ghana alone. So this is why we developed a smart water quality system that enables fish farmers to monitor in real time their key water or critical water quality parameters and then get recommendations or actions for them to take as and when their water quality is reported to be abnormal. We use our platform to also offer additional services such as extension services and also a market access where fish farmers can be connected in real time to consumers close to them so that they are able to obtain market when their product is ready for market. So we are operating in a market that is growing at an average annual growth rate of 17%, and the value of aquaculture is $184 million in Ghana, and then we are looking to take 32 points, over $32 million as our market share. All right, so our business model is simple. We lease the product for the fish farmers per production cycle. That is for 6 months, and then they get to pay $50 for that particular 6 months. And then also we offer extension services and also direct market access to the fish farmers. So we are very affordable in terms of our cost. Our cost is very at 70% lower than that of our competitors. And then our product is also not manually operated. It is on-site. Fish farmers do just as receive alerts when their water quality goes bad, and then they are able to get also recommendations as and when their water quality goes bad, all by the device. And then we are also able to serve the farmers, or we are able to get additional support systems such as the extension service and then the market access on our platform. So we are a team of, basically our founding team have experience of over 10 years working in the industry. Myself, and I'm an aquaculture consultant. And Priscilla and Gabriel also are in the marketing, and then Gabriel is also our tech guy. And we are also being backed by our advisory board who have experience in academia, in agriculture, and also sales and business development. We have been supported by these amazing people or entities that are giving us access to capacity building for us to serve our farmers. We have been able to serve so far 122 fish farms in Ghana, and we have been able to engage over 1,500 fish farmers that are over 45% of them are women. We are projecting a revenue of over $1.2 million in our 5th years of operations, and we are asking for $10,000. That will help us to be able to manufacture over 50 devices and then lease them out to fish farmers, and we will also be able to hire some additional hands to help us on our field extension services and then also our marketing. We are also looking to engage over 500 fish farmers through this particular fund. Thank you, and we would like you to be a part of this journey as we help more fish farmers to put more fish on our tables. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Real quick, I noticed you went through your numbers very quickly, so just give us a good sense of you understand you're aquaculture consultant. What company is the largest aquaculture? List the top 3 aquaculture companies in Ghana.
All right, so we have Trupo Farms, we have Maleka Farms, we have West Africa Farms. Ghana.
I said 3. Okay, so then the next step is you mentioned $187 million. And you wanted 30%. Yeah.
That is 18%.
18% of the market. Okay, all right.
So you are releasing this to the farmers, yes. But I am thinking that most of these farmers, I do not know their level of education. How do they interact with it? And do you think they will be able to afford the 50 devices you intend to produce and roll out to them?
Yes, so they will be able to afford. And then in terms of literacy, in the fish farming industry, the literacy rate is quite higher than that of the other industry. So they are able to know what pH level drops. And then we are also able to engage with them on farmer trainings in order to teach them about, we've done about 1,500 of them in Ghana here alone. So we teach them about how the product is used, and then that also helps us to be able to get the results that we are looking for from them.
All right. So you produce this device yourself, right?
Yes, yes.
So how many do we have in the system now?
So we have 50 in the system now.
Which you have actually produced?
Yes, we produce it on our own. We assemble everything on our own.
All right. Any form of certification or something you have for this?
Yes, so we basically file for an IP, And then we've also submitted some documents to the GSA for certification.
Okay, all right, thank you.
With regard to the 50 in the market, how much is each device? And specifically, because it's technology, specifically, how many do you sell to each customer? And then how does that translate to the revenue for your business? The last question is, how old is your company?
Okay, so I'll start with the last question. We are just about a year in operation. And with the cost, it costs us $100 to produce, and we are selling outrightly $174. But most of the farmers that we are working with, because of their nature, we go with the leasing. And then if they are commercial farms, that's normally, they have a lot of ponds, 50 ponds to actually map out. That is where we go with the direct purchase.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Aquamet. Oh, okay. What was that? Water quality. Yo. Okay. I know this one. I don't know that one. Our last contestant in this year's pitch competition is a groundbreaking organic solution. They have a groundbreaking solution that is specially and specifically designed to combat post-harvest losses and extend the shelf life of staples such as yam, cassava, cocoyam, and potatoes by ensuring that crops stay fresh longer. This product helps maintain their nutritional value, quality, and taste. And let's put our hands together and welcome Eze Ego Company. Contestant number 5, 2024 Entrepreneurial Pitch Competition at this year's AGI Ghana Industrial Summit and Exhibition. Okay. You are talking. All right. Have you tested it? Please test it. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. There you go. Your time starts now.
Imagine a world where staple crops stay longer for months, reducing wastage and boosting farmers' income. Ever wondered how this could be possible? With FreshGuard, this has become a reality. Hello, everyone. My name is Stephen Wati, founder and CEO of Ezego Company. Travel with me to northern Ghana to meet Mr. Opio, a farmer. Despite 10 years of hard work, nearly 40% of his yams spoil each year due to microbial growth and enzymatic reactions. This reduces his income, making it difficult to support his family and secure their future. Without help, Mr. Opio's dreams of a better life for his children are slipping away. He's not alone. Every year, 30% of staple crops like yam and cassava goes to waste in Ghana, posing significant challenges to local agriculture and food security. My team and I pondered on how to rewrite the narrative. And here is what we have to offer. We've developed an organic product using nanoparticles. You may be wondering what nanoparticles are. They are small particles ranging from 1 to 100 nanometers that were extracted from neem tree, aloe vera, and seaweed. And it has the ability to protect crops by forming a protective coating against microorganisms that cause spoilage. Farmers are advised to space out their yams, apply FreshGuard evenly, and let them air dry for 10 minutes. This forms a protective coating, inhibiting microbial growth and enzymatic reactions, while maintaining freshness and quality for 12 months. Our product is set to attract the youth to staple crop farming, unlock new markets to the supply of high-quality yams, and giving farmers more control over their produce. There are about 7.3 million staple crop farmers in Ghana that can benefit from our product, with a serviceable obtainable market of 755,000 farmers in northern Ghana. However, we will start with a beachhead market of 3,714 farmers in Buea, a small town in Kwandai district. Food processing companies and local eateries. While this product works on all staple crops, we will start with yam farmers and will gradually scale to others. We operate on a B2B and B2C model, seeking to make profit through our bulk product sales, regular deliveries, and through field demos with farmers. We will reach our customers via the B2B model using LinkedIn, X, emails, and letters to companies, and B2C customers via WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, and sharing flyers. We have identified AgroAce, Solena, and Combion as competitors, but they use chemicals for staple crop preservation. FreshGuard, however, offers extended shelf life, is strictly organic, is climate resilient, and adaptable to all staple crops. We aim to reach 4,000 local yam farmers to generate a gross revenue of $22,400 by 2025 and break even by 2026 after we've made 6,000 sales with a compound annual growth rate of 21%. We completed market research with paper mockup prototype, advanced from paper mockup to 3D models, started laboratory testing, developed the product formula, have the packaging and labels ready. We designed a flyer for advertisements, we secured a temporary lab, and launched our media pages. Started field testing with farmers, and they are eager for it launch. By August, by September, we aim to acquire raw materials, win the final pitch competition, manufacture the first batch, get a nanotech machine, and get a minivan by June 2025. There are risks, such as environmental impact from discarded bottles, farmers' reluctance to adopt the product due to unfamiliarity, and the fear that the product may not work. We will solve these by organizing recycling programs, offering initial discount to farmers, and conducting extensive field testing to make FreshGuard better. FreshGuard preserves yams' nutrients, inhibits pathogens on yams, and enhances the crop's natural nutritive value with minerals and vitamins from seaweed and aloe vera. We are a dynamic team with backgrounds in biochemistry, biotechnology, agriculture, and accounting, all united by passion for innovation and sustainability. Our advisors are senior lecturers in KNUST, specialized in nanotechnology and post-harvest techniques. Dear judges, we ask for $20,000 to acquire raw materials, secure our lab, purchase a minivan for efficient distribution, and acquire a nanotech machine and microscopes. This will accelerate our production capacity, helping us break even faster and start improving the lives of farmers sooner, thereby improving food security. Thank you.
Okay, it was a great one. So, there's the whole nanomaterial thing because we think that it is more environmentally friendly. But is there any instance where you think that the nanomaterial will interact with the crop you are trying to extend the shelf life?
No, please, because it's able to form this protective covering very well. And it also has, when we did our research, a lot of extensive research, we realized that all the things we used for it have this synergistic effect to form a protective coating without interrupting with nothing at all, even the nutritive value. And also we realized that it's able to work very well on the matrix of these staple crops, such as yam, cassava, and potato, without causing any harm or without taking away the nutrients or whatsoever.
So how does it control, especially moisture? Because you know that yam has a lot of moisture, and that is what causes the rapid spoilage.
Okay, so in our formulation, we added a significant amount of glycerol that is very safe for it. And glycerol is known to actually help to maintain the water property of food. So because of our formulation, we don't interrupt with the water activity of the product. And we tested it after, let's say, when we keep it for 8 months to 9 months or whatsoever. When you still prepare the yam, you realize that it hasn't lost any moisture or whatsoever. The farmers complimented it that we still have the quality of the yam.
Okay. So is the nanomaterial like, are you applying it in terms of liquid or what?
Yes, please, it's liquid.
Okay, question on your ask is $20,000 and you want a minivan, $8,000. And then you also give us a sense of the market and what I mean, what we're trying to get is, when did you start your business? That's the first question. And then the second question is, you are asking for this big amount of money, and the first thing that you seem to be buying is a huge minivan. So try to walk us through that.
Sorry, for when we started the business, last year we identified this problem with farmers. So we started our lab testing and our research. This year we started field testing with farmers. So we can say that the business started this year in 2024,
Okay.
January.
All right. Okay. So then with that, the next question is, you say you're trying to reach out to farmers with LinkedIn. How do you reach a farmer on LinkedIn?
Okay, so for the LinkedIn, we basically reach partners, so people that we can partner with, because we believe that this is a very innovative idea. And with LinkedIn, we have a lot of business-minded people. We have a lot of people that are geared towards change. So then we believe that when we are able to send our products out there, we'll secure partnerships with people, we'll get help from other people that are interested in our business through LinkedIn.
Okay, so the bottle you actually showed us, how many tons or packages of yam or raw materials are you able to work on that with?
Okay, thank you. The bottles, we have them in two types. What we showed here is just the first type. But the product comes in two forms. One is concentrated and the other is dilute. What we showed there is the dilute one. The dilute one comes in the spray gun bottle. So the farmer can purchase it and spray. It's 500 ml for the dilute one, which comes in the spray bottle. So it can cover for about 80 to 100 yams if you are purchasing that. But then the concentrated one is 1 liter. And that one, the farmer needs to dilute it. And there are instructions on how to dilute it and apply it. That can go for even over 500 yams. Yes.
All right. Your company, Easy Eagle, so when was it registered?
Yeah, just, I would say 2 weeks ago, because I was in Accra when
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's appreciate all our teams. Is the Ego Company, Aquamed Technologies Limited, Venolia, Ziga, Wobil Technologies Limited, and Echo Von Limited. And let's appreciate our judges as well. Eunice J. Ejepong, Ms. Letitia Donko, and Mr. Richard Ahenkra Osei. So at this point, they are going to go into caucus and start tabulating the figures. This is what will be happening around the 8th or 9th of December when we voted, and now they're counting. Jimensa here, people are counting. 1 + 1 + 1. So we are collating results. They've gone into Jimensa mode. And we will announce winners pretty shortly. Let's have some music that will help them to collate. Did that jazz you guys did play?
The Association of Ghana Industry, AGI, in partnership with the McGill University MasterCard Foundation Transition Project, presents the Entrepreneurship Pitch Competition. This competition is held during the AGI Ghana Industrial Summit and Exhibition. It was first introduced in 2019 and has since been held twice during the period, that's 2021 and 2022. The competition was introduced to empower young entrepreneurs, seek out and provide support to projects that can be implemented quickly and make a meaningful difference, seek innovations in a variety of fields that are relevant to contemporary challenges and business opportunities, and also identify and promote market-oriented and scalable solutions to challenges. Over the past 3 years, finalists of the pitch competition have been able to develop their business and increase their capacity. Finalists also had the knowledge-sharing experience through the MasterCard Foundation scholars who interned with them as part of the McGill University MasterCard Foundation Transition Project, and This led to the entrepreneurship pitch competition winners forming a partnership with the scholar interns. We spoke with some previous finalists from the 2019 and 2022 pitch competition, and they shared with us their experience from the competition and success stories that inform us now and into the future.
My name is Grace Asantewa Chimesi, a co-founder of Healthy Leaf Foods.
My name is John Atun. I'm the founder of Nature Specialty Foods.
This is Jessica Smith, co-founder of Green Label Biotech.
Nakulati Bilton. I lead the team at Orisol Limited.
My name is Dina Tusuglu Adams. I am the CEO of PFS, meaning Nima Food Scientifics.
Green Label Biotech is a Ghanaian-based social enterprise that leverages on environmentally compatible technologies to produce biofertilizers from an invasive weed that is called water icing.
Orisol Limited is an agro-processing company that synthesizes ethanol from cashew apple juice. There's a high business of growing cashew in Ghana, but after harvest, the farmers only earn 15% value on their produce, and a whopping 85% of their produce goes to waste. Paradoxically, in Ghana, a whopping 60 million liters of ethanol is imported into the country. So we as a business sought to change this narrative by employing systems to convert this waste from these farmers into ethanol.
We support businesses to understand the FDA requirements, GSA requirements as well. We help them make the process stress-free so they can easily pass their audits. We also have an R&D department where we make healthy instant meals. One of the brands is Fiberlicious. I make them from pineapple pulp, mango peels, oats, and tiger nuts. I have different variations of that product. I also have my Shema range of products where I make instant meals. For now, we have instant rice porridge, so the rice water that you know, but this time you don't cook in your office. You can take it anywhere, office friendly. You just need to add warm water or even just room temperature water. Just add to it, and then you are good to go.
Specialty Foods is a food manufacturing company in Ghana. We are the proud producers of Nature's Yogurts. Nature's Yogurt is a fresh, natural, probiotic yogurt. Currently, Nature Specialty Foods produces 14 variants of Nature's Yogurt, and these are all good for improving nutrition and helping in solving the malnutrition problem here in Ghana.
Leaf Foods is a startup that is committed to using indigenous raw materials and processing them into healthy, all-natural food products. The company started by exploring orange flesh sweet potato, which is a variety of sweet potatoes but has a very high beta-carotene content, which is literally vitamin A for children. And so our signature product is a baby food, a delicious baby food from orange flesh sweet potato, which has a lot of protein and a lot of vitamin.
It's quite easy for me to work on an idea that has to do with adding value to underutilized products and byproducts from food industries, because my background is food science and I have an MSc and MPhil in food science, all from KNUST. So it was quite easy for me to explain to the judges what I wanted to do, and the fact that I'm not only dehydrating, but then I would also want to add an extrusion cooking technique to what I'm doing and the possible outcomes and all of that. So I think my background as a food scientist and having worked in an industry that has to do with quality control and quality assurance, and having pitched before and having some entrepreneurial coaching, I think all of that also helped me to really prepare for the program. I would also say that the short coaching session that we had prior to the D-Day also really helped reshape my thoughts, and then on also how to present my idea to the judges and then to the public on the day of the pitch.
I'm a biochemist by training, with an MBA in finance from KNUST. I also have a decade of experience in the food industry. These skills, knowledge, and experience have greatly helped me implement my idea and equip me to keep doing the business and keep it going. Experience of having MasterCard Foundation scholar interns through McGill University have been beneficial and amazing for both the organization and interns. For the organization, first, all the online platforms, namely Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and the website have all been done by interns. The current website of the company was done by intern. Through their hard work, we currently have over 300 followers on LinkedIn. The company logo design you see on my t-shirt was also done by an intern.
MasterCard Scholars intern with us was a fantastic idea. For me, I think it is a brilliant initiative, and Healthy Leaf Foods benefited a lot from that. We had 3 interns and we had a lot of ideas, myself and my co-founder, Damian Lai. And we had a lot of ideas because we were food scientists and we could think about innovative products, but the problem was commercializing it. So when we got the interns on board, we decided that let us write out proposals for these ideas for future commercialization. And so we wrote proposals. The interns were so helpful and supportive. They were Ramzan, Nazi, and then Winnie. These are the 3 interns we got from McGill MasterCard. And they helped us to write all the proposals. They helped us to create a social media presence. They helped us to create content for social media and some marketing support. And it was great. But we could not still commercialize because we needed some technologies for our commercialization, and that was how we were stuck. But in the long run, Ramzan, which is one of the interns, was able to collaborate with us because he also believed in the vision of Healthy Leaf Foods, and we were able to get funding from MasterCard Transition Fund, which then set the ball rolling.
See, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. Like the proverbial mustard seed, these young business executives have exhibited strong tenacity and the will to succeed in their environment. These heroes are bent on making significant positive change in their own lives, the society, and the world at large. Entrepreneurship pitch competition, helping build today's entrepreneurs.
let's have some small music to ease the tension. It's too quiet. Or you can give me that Chinese bell again, man. Boing. Position goes to none other than Easy Ego Limited. 5th position. Let's give them all the applause and the encouragement. They go home with $1,000. There you go. Let's go for them. Let's give them encouragement. It's not easy. Some of you are doing you're taking out your calculators and you're doing the times 16. I know you. I am you. We are calculating, aren't we? Charlie, some 16,000. All right. So the 4th position, we are going to call on Mr. Francis Aban from the VRA to help us present the 4th position. Mr. Francis Aban. Yes. That was 5th. It's the same price. Don't worry. Same price. Don't worry. We've not gone into Jim Mensa mode. Don't worry. It's the same price. So 4th and 5th position all get $1,000. The Agile Project Management online course and the trainings from McGill University Mastercard Foundation Collaborative with a total of 8.3 points. 4th position. 3rd runner-up. Aquamet Technologies. Aquamet. 4th position with 1,000 CDs. Charlie, let's have some celebratory music. When they drop us some celebration or Cool in the Gang or something, man. Make it happy for us. Yeah, it's been a long day. All right, there they go. Yeah. Francis gives them a big handshake. And that picture will be in next year's brochure. I'm telling you. Aquamet. Okay. All right. Yeah. Charlie, tech team, give me some. Let's make the place. Pop the thing up for us. Okay. For the 3rd position, I'm going to invite the man with the best initials in the house, man. J.O.B. Johnson Opoku Batik. Please leave your site and come up onto the stage. Yes. So he's going to present our 2nd runner-up with a total of 10.0 points. The sun is up, the spirit is high, people everywhere. The winner, 3rd position, which gets $4,000 and 2,000 euros worth of equipment, grant, and an Agile Project Management online course and some trainings. We thank McGill University Mastercard Foundation Collaborative for all of the GIZ Invest for Jobs with 10.0 points. 3rd position, Ecovon Limited. Congratulations, Ecovon. Ecovon, congratulations. Gentlemen, it's not as if I went to school and I didn't pay attention to math classes. We went from 5 to 4 to 3, and I'm now going to announce number 1. Because if I announce number 2, you know who number 1 is. So the drama comes when I answer number 1 now. Is that okay? So we're going to announce number 1. The difference between number 1 and number 2 is 0.8.
So with 11.5 points, away $10,000 from the McGill University Mastercard Foundation Collaborative, 6,000 euros worth of equipment grant from GIZ Invest for Jobs, an agile project management online course from McGill University, and trainings and mentorship from McGill University Mastercard Foundation Collaborative. Ladies and gentlemen, our grand winner for this year's entrepreneurship pitch competition happening at Accra International Conference Center. The time is now 17:07, day 3 of the 2024 AGIGISE, hashtag GISE 2024. Just get on with it, Kafui. I know that's what you're saying. Our winner is none other than, the first letter is a consonant. So it's either W or it's V. The second letter is also another consonant. So it's either W or T. The winner, I'm taking you out of your misery, 11.5 points, Finolia Wealth Limited! Thank you, Finolia Wealth. Oh, we want our music, Lacho. CEO. Give us volume, man. Make some noise for us. Tech team. This is the number one. Come on.
Make you pop champagne.
Little blow.
Make you pop champagne. Hold the baby. When I did pop champagne. Hold the baby. When I did pop champagne.
Well done. Congratulations, Finolia Wealth Enterprise. Taking away the grand prize. Grand prize. Well done, Finolia Wealth. Awesome. Congratulations. Grand winner for the 2024 Entrepreneur Pitch Competition. Big smiles, beaming all over. See you. Next donation. And the prize for the donation we won it. Okay. Thank you so much. So the cameras. Yes, the camera is there. It matches your top. Yellow. It's over there. It's over there. 2 cameras. Yellow.
You know.
These cameras were doing the water region. If you bought the cameras, I know the lie. See the color.
Now you know.
Hey, they have a shout. What is it?
Now you know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we cannot forget that it was a close competition, and in first runner-up position with 10.7 points. Let's applaud Wobil Technologies, and Dr. Ado will make the presentation. Wobil, well done. It was hard fought. The difference was only 0.8. Only 0.8. Wobil, 10.7 points. Well done. They get $6,000 cash and then 4,000 euros worth of equipment, grants, this agile project management online course, trainings and mentorship. Wobil. Can we have all the teams up on the stage? All the teams on the stage. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. You get number 1 in the middle. Here. Number 2 is already in position. Number 3, we want you here. Number 3 here. Number 5 next to number 3, and number 4 next to number 2. All right. Number 3 is here. Turn your back so we can see it. Number 5 is over here. Let's make use of the stage. Don't cover anybody's check. I beg you. They worked for it. Yes. Are we all here? We'll move this. Don't worry. This can move. Yeah. Number 5. You are here. Turn your check round, brother. Yeah. That's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There you go. These are your winners, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Woo! Please wave like you won Miss Universe. Yeah. Okay, we've got some entrepreneurial books from AABN, and the CEO is going to give it to them. Please start from there, otherwise you will slap them. Start from there, like so. Thank you. So you got some books to add to your knowledge. Congratulations, well done. Well done, thank you. Let's see the front of the book. Oh, the book must appear in the photos. So turn it around, put it on top of your check. Yeah, so they can see it the right way around. We have to see the cover. Yeah, it's a gift. 12 golden secrets for entrepreneurs. Maureen Erekwa Odoy. So she's the author. Thank you. Well done. Can we have the judges come join them? Yeah, judges, you made this happen. Let's clap for our judges. Judges, please join them. You can flank them. You can flank them. There's space over there. We can let them go. Yes. Or the judges, yes. There's space for you inside. Judge 1, Judge 2, Judge 3. Judge 1, please come. Judge 1, you are here. Judge 2, you are here. Yes. Judge 2 and Judge 3. Judge 3, come. Judge 3, there you are. Yes. Yep. There you go. CEO, please join them after this one. Where's CEO? CEO, you go join them. You go join them. CEO, go and stand next to Judge 1. Please. Thank you. CEO, yes. Come here. Let's break it up. Let's break it up. Here. CEO here. CEO, come here. There you go. All right. Please smile. Johnson, go and stand next to Judge 1. I beg you. J.O.B. Yes. Johnson is coming. Hardworking Johnson and his team. Yes. Stand next to Judge 1. Stand next to Judge 1. Stand next to Judge 1. Yes. Make some space for Judge 1. Right there. Yeah. That's it. Spread out for him. All right. Look straight ahead. Smile. You're going to be in next year's brochure. These are our winners, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Vinolia, Ecovon, Wobil, Eze Ego, and Aquamet. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Please take your seats.
As I never see you online, it they worry me and it they give me consign. Yeah, I be ringing on your cellular. Where you at? My body no fit settle down. Yeah, I'm hoping you okay. We got to party tonight. Many just stay for mine. Yeah, me and you they like they're not my guy.
Okay. Mr. Johnson Boko Boateng has a few remarks before the CEO comes and does the closing ceremony. Johnson, over to you, brother.
Okay, so congrats to our winners. I just wanted to show you this product. This is yam crisps, and they were exhibiting. The owner is quite old, but one of the things that they are doing is to help us with our post-harvest losses. And this is authentic, doesn't have any additive, nothing. The only thing this one had, this hot with pepper, and this is no pepper. And I just want to re-echo the fact that we want every entrepreneur to look for problems that could be solved. And this woman is solving the problems post-harvest when it comes to yams by doing this. And the packaging is quite neat. At the first glance, you might think that it's an imported product, but this is being done here in Accra. And this is what I want to leave you with. We have so many problems and challenges. We need you as entrepreneurs to resolve or solve these problems for Mother Ghana. Thank you very much. As I invite the CEO, Mr. Sechuma Kwabwa, to close the 2024 GISC here in the conference center. So let's welcome Mr. Sechuma Kwabwa.
Yes, even though the room is, should I say, quarter empty or three-quarter empty or half empty, it's almost empty. I think all of us here should give ourselves a big round of applause. You've stayed with us throughout the 3 days, and you've waited till this time to be part of this final ceremony. Indeed, I would like to congratulate the winners. All of you are winners because you are all taking home with something very special. And when I learned of the prices, I said, wow, this is big. Because to go home, you come to a summit, you hang around a bit for 3 days, and the last day you go home and you're holding a check of $10,000. It's not a mean thing. Indeed, it's an achievement, and you should be proud of yourselves. And I remember, I think 3 years ago, I was there, and one of a very good friend of mine, we were on the Petroleum Commission Local Content Committee, and he's a professor at the University of Ghana. And he met me, and he said, Seth, I haven't disclosed something to you. And I said, what is it, Prof? It's actually the Pro Vice Chancellor. I said, you know what? My daughter won the pitch competition at your industry summit, and she was given 25,000 Ghana cedis. We thought, when she said she was participating, because they've come together and they're developing a product, and she says she was participating, and they said, oh, by Ghana, these kind of things, it's just a fluke. I mean, why are you worrying yourself? But she was so persevering. She was very perseverant on it, and eventually she won. And then they came to the office, and they were giving the check. So when she went back and reported to the father, the man was so excited. So the next time he met me, he said, Seth, I was surprised. That young lady getting 25,000 Ghana cedis in her hands. And that about 3 years ago. So really, it's real. So when you are giving this, don't think it's just a dummy check and we are just playing. It's really real. When I was sitting there and I was seeing what was going on, I was having some reflections that next year, we should get some of those who have won this competition to come and tell us their story. 2, 3, 4 years down the line, what have they done with it? Perhaps it will be a good story to tell. It may not have gone so well either. It's still not bad. That is business. Business, sometimes you project, but if it has gone well, then it's even better. It will inspire all of us that indeed, when you get a push like this, it should propel you to another level. So a big round of applause to all the award winners. Having said so, the day is long gone, so this is not time for long speeches, but it's very important that the summit is ending, and there should be an official way of closing it. And officially, we are closing it now, and we thank every one of you, especially our partners who have been supportive of this event over the years. And I always single out one particular institution that has stood with us since we started. We started with them during the local content. Remember the history I gave 3 days ago? And I told you about the local content, how we started it. And since that time, they've never left us. And every year they support and they come in a big way. This year it's even bigger. And I saw their stand and I said, hey, they really mean business. And that is VRA. Let's give them a big round of applause for the support. Along the line, we've had other partners who have also been consistent. European Union for the past 4 years or so has also been very supportive. I know they are not here now, but we acknowledge their support. GIZ consistently has been supporting in different ways. And apart from giving us knowledge and input into the thinking and things we do, they also always support enterprises to be here. And I know Eunice has been very instrumental in the organization of the pitch competition. She comes as a judge, and we appreciate all of you. So all our sponsors, because most of them are not here, I probably wouldn't need to go through and mention their names, but it is very important that we acknowledge the support that they have given to us. I've noticed something. I think that I would like to commend one man. Since we started, consistently from the Tuesday, he's been in almost every session. You may not have taken notice of him, but I have. And that's Mr. Link Murray of Ubuntu Nuclear Energy. Let's give him a big round of applause. You may not have taken notice of him, but he's been here participating in all the... Of course, they have a stand here, but he leaves his colleagues there, or some of his people come here and contributing, and we very much appreciate every one of you. As you could see, the local content exhibition and conference is growing bigger and bigger. Every year we are expanding, we are adding more people, we are adding more partners. And I hope that in a year's time we'll be gathered here again and do even bigger things. I'm not too sure if any of you here would like to stay out next year. So let it go out there that next year, as long as Mr. Johnson Opoku-Boateng is around, we are going to do it. He's been the engine behind this, and I think that I would like to call him here. I don't know if the rest of his immediate team, it's a whole big team. At least one or two should join them and come here, and then I shake hands with them for the good job they've been doing. Johnson, if you can come. Yes. So he's the director for business development services, and his team has done a very good job. Of course, the entire AGI team. AGI, we work as a team, so everybody supports. I've seen Veronica, who heads our Tema office for the past 3 days. She's not been to the office. Everybody is here. So Johnson, congratulations for the good job done. I know people are probably asking, you are just greeting him. What is it? Something special. But that special thing will come later. So thank you very much. Congratulations. So, yes, I think I will end it here because people are tired. But thank you all for staying loyal to us. And for sure, next year we'll come again. And the sponsors, don't be tired of us. We are doing something great for Ghana. And when you go around, some of them will tell you, I was here last year. I got some orders. I was here last year. I got some network. I was here last year, and I saw some products I'm copying. I mean, something. Everybody has a different learning experience. And I think all these are very, very important. And as a country, we should not belittle the importance of industry, and at all times, we must support it to the best of our abilities. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you next year. Thank you. I think we should also give a big round of applause to the MC. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. He has a funny way of putting it. He says it's for what? God and country.
Maybe so.
Uh-huh. So he's also doing for God and country, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. See you. Thank you, all of you. You're a great audience. You stayed here to the very end. So clap for yourselves. Yes, we are done. So that brings us to the end of today's event. We prayed for a good one, and it did happen. Wishing you all the very best. I keep feeling today is a Friday, but people keep reminding me that today is Thursday. It feels like today is a Friday. But we wish you the very best, and take care of yourselves. Let's keep networking. I'm going to follow every single person that I find in this brochure, and I think you should do the same. Just send them a message tomorrow and say hi. You know, traditionally, when somebody does something good for you, the next morning, you thank the person. So you can do it electronically. So the next morning, tomorrow, spend some time, go through the entire brochure, follow every single person you see there, every single company that is, all the exhibitors, all the speakers. They will come into your network, when they, especially on LinkedIn, and then when they link up with you too, then you are in their network. And now they can see what you're doing, you can see what they're doing. And remind them that, you were the judge at the competition, or you spoke, or you were the one who was appreciated because you came here every single day, although you had a stand. And that's how we make those networks happen, all right? Promise me that you'll do that. Will you do that for me? Yes, do it for yourselves, right? That's what I do anytime I come to events like this, and it helps. It helps. On behalf of the organizers, I want to say thank you so much. God bless you all. My name is Kafi Day. Have a good evening. God bless.
Que tous ceux qui sont dans la vibe, que toutes celles qui sont dans la vibe, que ceux qui sont assis se lèvent. Allez, maintenant on y va. Ces soirées-là, avant même qu'elles aient commencé, on est déjà dans l'ambiance. À peine entré sur la piste.
Please, our backdrop is available for photos, so make sure you take photos by the backdrop.
C'est la seule chose à laquelle on pense. Chacun fait son numéro pour en avoir un, vu que rentrer sans rien, pas moyen. Ces soirées-là. Toi-même tu sais pourquoi on finit ensemble, toi et moi. C'est pour ça. On aime tous ces soirées-là. Jusqu'à l'eau, on les aime jusqu'à l'eau, bébé. Dans ces soirées-là, tout le monde danse et même le DJ. Après un retour au bar, on a mis l'ambiance obligée. Nos vestes, les chemises en l'air, on faisait voltiger. On faisait les gars, on faisait les go dans la ronde. C'est là que sur elle je suis tombé, elle est si, j'en suis resté bouche bée. En temps normal abordé, j'aurais pas osé, mais tout est permis dans
ces soirées-là. On braque, on branche, toi-même tu sais pourquoi. On finisse ensemble, toi et moi.
Okay, good.